What's going on? Did you see the Artemis 1 Star Trek pic that you posted in general, Chuck? The one with the damn Borg cube? Yeah, I've seen it. Terrible. Terrible. No. Excellent intro. Oh, you like that? Boo, it's great. No. Okay, maybe a little. But no. All right. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? Can we put an orange bucket in? Can we put an orange bucket in the shuttle's cargo bay? Was that a burger shot from Wheatley there? Is that what I'm picking up on? No, Home Depot. Oh, I was gonna say, man, damn, didn't expect that from you. Shoot. Okay. Don't dish on that guy. He's just doing his job and he's a bit of a goober sometimes. Yeah. I'm trying to not get too pissy, dude. You know what I mean? I'm trying to lay off lately. It's just not. It's not worth it. Not worth it. I have better things to do with my time. You know what I mean? Not to say that, you know, like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. It's just, you know, I have better things to do with my time than let stuff that people say on the internet bother me. You know what I mean? That's a better way to put that. But yeah, sometimes though, a little bit of goober. You're not wrong. All right, so what's up, everybody? Okay, so today I just want to jump right into it. Let's go. I gotta figure out a way to put the station together. I do kind of have. There are some videos like around on YouTube here, and yeah, let's see what's good here. Let me take a look. We're just gonna jump right in with a video. This is off of Retrospace here, but it's all public domain footage. See the dog bone wheat? Figure out how to make that. Huh. I'm not 100% about the music though. Yeah, we could do that way, but I think I have a better idea. I think I'm going to make a baseline truss segment, so like the Z1 truss, and then look at what we could have had. We have Space Station Freedom at home. Space Station Freedom at home. Oh, that's good. That leads me to a page that... Space Station Freedom at home. Oh yeah, found this PDF on Centaur operations on Freedom. Good. That's the kind of stuff that I need today. Sometimes it won't let me copy URLs over. There we go. At least we got something. Indeed. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. We gotta start the day right. Got my mug. We have our chocolatey goodness. We have our chocolatey goodness. Put the chocolatey goodness away. All right. Nice. That's tasty. Except I poured coffee all over myself. I'll be right back. Of course I have an extra shirt. What are you talking about? Of course I do. Are we watching the Neuralink event today? Is that a protein bar? It's a Tim Tam. Tim Tam. Chocolatey goodness. All right, anyway. Really? Lex Friedman has a podcast with Todd Howard. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, they were pretty damn close. 0.2 degree deviation. I think we're going to be chasing a unicorn if we try to get it any better than that. This is a historical artifact now? No. No. I am invalidating your retrieval, sir. I am invalidating your damn retrieval. No. No. All right. Let's go. Highly recommended if you have time. Locks Frodman. All right. Guys, yeah, we're falling behind on the space station modules, and I blame myself. It's my fault. We need just a solid day, so I'm grinding out KSP until Neuralink. I gotta figure out a better way to be able to put these things together. Hey, Ethan. Tier 2 62-month resub. Who do pirates get their hooks? Second-hand stores. Thomas found it, RJ. Okay, John. Sounds good. Oh, yeah. So an 8-hour garage stretch break, only with constant statements. Okay, let's get back to KSP here in a minute area every hour on the hour. You bunch of... No, I'm ignoring you today. No. You bunch of completely accurate statements. I feel attacked. This is horrible. Why would you do this? What are the hexagonal panels on the end of the gantry? That lot? Dude, I don't know. I have no idea what those are. I think space-based solar. Like solar power generation or something. You need a damn sensor beep. I have a damn sensor beep, but I would have had to do this. Yeah, it's loud, huh? Yeah, why don't you shut the up? Last please, Zay, no. I'm not gonna listen because chat keeps hurting my feelings. You hurt my feelings, you dick. You're right.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What is this? Biz, long overdue. You deserve it. Thanks for all the years of entertainment and education. Dude, my pleasure. Thank you for watching. Wait a minute, Zay. Wait a minute. Oh, now I'm confused. Now I'm just confused, because I hate SRBX, but I really like Ares 1.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Wheat 3605 virtual hugs. Yes. Yes, good stick. Why is that SRB off? So, this was a shuttle-derived launch vehicle concept, Rocket Eyes, in the 80s called SRBX. It literally sounds like the name that you choose when you're 12 years old and want to play Call of Duty. SRBX is 3 SRBs just kind of bolted together. It's interesting because it doesn't light 3 SRBs on the start. You have your 2 side boosters. The 2 side boosters are your first stage, and then the center booster is your second stage. And then there's a third stage on top. I don't know what the frick you would do with that thing. I don't know what you want to do with that thing. I don't know what they think they were going to do with that thing, but it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I personally think NDS or NLS was a way better idea. Because they, believe it or not, even right before Challenger, they were still looking at the National Launch System. They were looking at shuttle-derived launch vehicles in the 80s. That looks familiar. The KSP planets are black holes with a shell. Something like that. See? That looks, NLS, yeah, that looks pretty familiar. Chat, we signed up for a P.O. box this morning, so if you want to send EJ packages, make sure he goes to the post office to confirm it in the next month. Oh, why would you tell them that? Why did I say it out loud? Even... Alright, I'm in this for the pictures. I want the pictures. And Biz Weed, thanks for the tips. I do appreciate it. What is that, Thomas? Is that... Dude, that's righteous. Oh, modular payload attachment fittings. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. No, it's a Centaur with a reusable heat shield that can aero brake coming back from the moon. I'm stealing that idea. Yeah, we're stealing that idea, dudes. Sorry. Yeah, that one's getting stolen. My man. 10 meter by 10 meter by 20 meter. How is that gonna get into space? You fold and unfold it? Wow. Origami. Literally. Yes. Yeah, literally origami. Dude, modular payload attachment fittings. Oh, that's so cool. Man. Dumb question. Can you weld in space? I don't see why not. I mean, welding, you just gotta make a circuit, Shutsy. You just really gotta make sure that you're grounded, or let's say well insulated, because you can't really be grounded, huh? So this is a propellant depot. Yeah, you could just arc weld in space and it would be just fine. You wouldn't have to worry about contaminants. This is a pretty good one, Thomas. Pretty good find, dude. Let's try this one. The assembly sequence. Yeah, just cold weld. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, arc welding would work. Yeah, a flux welder would do it just fine. Making trust stuff on orbit. Thanks for doing the research for me, man. Wait, I'm just worried about getting it in with the right part count. I want it to look good, but I don't want it to be a lag fest. So they were going to start from the truss segment. They were going to start with a solar panel and then make the truss. And then the modules would have been a little bit later. I'm wondering how that was going to station keep. I love how they just keep showing the same graphic over and over again. You know, that's not bad CGI considering it. The ISS looks pretty much exactly the same. The truss segment from Space Station Freedom got completely reused. The truss system that's in this graphic is exactly what's up there right now. Like, they changed the modules around to accommodate the Russian modules. That's wild. See, those are refueling, those are O2 refueling canisters right there. But Kibo, Destiny, Node 1, Node 2, it's all pretty much the same. It's interesting that they would have started with the truss segments. I'm interested in what they would have been using for power, and I'm interested in what they would have been using for power and propulsion, but that's interesting. We got to pull some ideas from that. But let me load up Kerbal and we'll go from there. So we got to figure out how to make the truss. That actually, the way that they are describing there is probably not the worst way to do this. To be honest, it's probably not the worst way to make that happen. Link for the video, please. Sure. Plug the shuttle up a little. It was on orbit to give it power. Well, yeah. The shuttle had, what's it called? Yeah, those docking ports. I don't know if it was you I was talking to about them yesterday, but here. Oh, that's NLS Trade Studies. I don't want that. Freedom Users Guide. It should be down here. Oh, prop modules. There it is. Hold on. Prop modules. But the docking ports actually had a plug that could plug directly into the shuttle's wire harness. They ended up doing that with APAS, but yeah. Crazy. Yeah, the propulsion modules. Thomas was showing me a picture of that yesterday. Hey, Rocket Guy. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I read your message. Did you get my message back? Let's do it, dude. I'm in. I don't mean to be candid in my response, but, yeah. You son of a gun. I'm in. Did you decide on how you want to make the truss? I haven't come up with a truss design yet, though. Does the space shuttle transport all the trusses for the ISS? Yeah, Journey, it did. Those were some of the gnarliest shuttle missions around, dude. I remember, like, don't get me wrong, you couldn't really find it on the internet, right? But... there's gotta be some missions here of them putting the damn thing together. Some of the footage from that, dude, like, you'd get, like, little bits and pieces of information. It's nothing like it is now. Are you going for an exact recreation of the ISS? I'm going for my own design. Hip, it's gonna be borrowed. Like, look, the way I see it, I could go make my own space station. It'd be really easy. But the way NASA does things is done for a reason. And in the case of building something like the ISS or Space Station Freedom, it was done because it's designed around the shuttle. And I'm designing my program around the shuttle. Hang on, maybe maybe I can find another picture of... Seeing the solar panel arrays riding around inside of the payload bay are some of the gnarliest pictures you've seen. Alright, here. This isn't exactly it, but this does drive the point home. The shuttle in this is carrying a shuttle pallet. There's a shuttle pallet carrying something. I don't know what it's carrying there. And it's also carrying a multi-purpose logistics module, or it's carrying an MPLM. Since when does Twitch have pinned chat messages? Yeah. I mean, fellas, you just... just don't know how nuts building that thing was. I know, Rocket Guy. So true. Son of a gun. Alrighty. Seeing the shuttle bring up these solar panel modules is unbelievable. In fact, some of these truss segments are... Some of those truss segments were quite literally the heaviest things the shuttle has ever taken into space. Yeah, it was freaking nuts, dude. Nuts. Like, riding a bike will be okay. Wait, I really want Starship or whatever Blue Origin's cooking up or something. Somebody needs to make another space shuttle. And once again, man, if I hit the Powerball, I would seriously consider bringing that or Venture Star or something. I would necro the heck out of that thing. Because, and you guys want to hear something crazy, because the ISS construction was different because the Russians had power and propulsion, they cut the propulsion modules from the ISS, and here's how the space station was assembled for the longest time, until they brought up more solar arrays. Are you aware that the US wanted to use the Soyuz for Space Station Freedom as an escape pod? It was probably considered, Nova, yeah, sure. They mounted this thing right on top of the Z1 truss segment. Z1 is the gyroscope. That's the SAS for the space station. Unfreaking real. Okay, so I know that doesn't look like much, right? Doesn't look like much. Consider this. How the heck did the shuttle get that out of the payload bay and put it there? Pretty nuts. Pretty freaking nuts, if you ask me. Would Starship's payload opening be as big as the shuttle's payload bay? It's 2/3 the size of the space shuttle's payload bay and like 3 times as wide. The Canadarm. Yeah, Hammernails. How? How is it gonna work? Well, they wouldn't have had Destiny installed. Destiny came later. They would have had this on node 1 right there. Dock the shuttle. pulled that solar panel array out, and then the arm would have had to turn that entire thing and place it right here. Think about how ridiculous that actually is. That's to reach up and over on the top, onto the top of the space station and place it. Think about how crazy that is. That is a lot of mass to move. Those solar panel trusses are very, very heavy. Once again, some of the heaviest parts ever moved by the space shuttle. Ever. Heavier than the Destiny module. The Destiny module was huge. Or not was, it still up there. It is huge. Crazy, right? That's post STS-88 right there. That was that's STS-88 after they left the station. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm opting for the robotic arm architecture. Heck, NASA, that's one of the few things that from the shuttle program that NASA is continuing. NASA wants to build another space shuttle manipulator, or space station manipulator system, and they're putting it out on Gateway because it's so damn useful to have. Gateway is going to get basically a copy of the one that's up at the ISS. A copy and updated one. Oop, no, not settings. Cancel. Yeah, so we gotta... Let's work with truss segments today. I got kind of the skeleton of our modules figured out yesterday. And I'm pretty dang satisfied with my berthing mechanism that we have cooked up. I'm really... Dude, 0.2 of a degree alignment is nothing. That's not noticeable. It'll only get noticeable when we start to build something gigantic, which is why we really need to work on the truss segments today. So, that's what we're going to do. Alright, so we can dump that. Hey, Tape, what's going on? So these modules are working quite well. I really like this. I really like the tin can stainless vibe that the ISS modules and Space Station Freedom modules would have had. Check that out. So in the inside here, it's just two fairings that are kind of butted up against each other to make a long continuous shape with docking ports on both sides, right? These use same vessel interaction, and they butt up against each other, and then they use a pilot gear here to make this work. The one change that we had to do is move those inwards, or else they collide with the fairing. Hey, Facho, what's going on, man? Tape, you tired of coughing? Oh, COVID, huh? Yeah, you dry heave. Dude, you'd like... I described it as like dry fire coughing. It sucks. It's gonna happen for like a month, dude. You should update the subassembly with the change. Everything is in flux right now, which is why I have these things listed in my naming convention as PT, prototype. CTS5 PT. We'll get the finalized versions done a little bit later. But we did some good testing. Rocky, I used two of my space station modules from Mission Mode last night and just put the berthing mechanism on them instead and butted them up against each other. Like, I went and spun one around and then went and tried to redock the thing. 0.2 degrees. 0.2 degrees difference, which is really, really good. These things, the pilot dowels for it work really well. The docking port is basically my drive hooks. And the fairing is acting as the mating flange. It works pretty dang well. 0.2 degrees of deflection is pretty good. I could do better with the robotic arm, I'm pretty sure. Hey, Ernok. Yeah. And then we did do the other module, and the other module kind of sucked. This one didn't work. It looks awesome, right? But it turns out when you have 4 docking ports right there that all need same vessel collision, yeah, that doesn't work too well. We're gonna need to figure out something else to do here. I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna do with my core nodes, but It's all based around this design right here, which is good. This design does work. It works well. So I'm not too worried about that. We got to work on the truss segments today. So Thomas, you said you had something about the trusses. I got to figure out how these things work. I've actually never bothered to go and look. So let's learn something today and then apply it into Kerbal. So what's the truss system, first of all? The integrated truss structure is basically the big bar that goes across the top of the ISS. It has all the solar panels and all the auxiliary stuff attached to it. See this right here? S6, S5, S4, S3, S2, S1, S0, P1, P2, P3, P4, P5, P6. That's what I'm talking about. The truss structure is really good for doing space station operations like, oh, I don't know, building vehicles in space, which is what I very much plan on doing. That's the truss structure from the ISS. So basically, what is it? It's literally, as the name implies, engineers are not good at naming things. It's just a truss structure, and it holds the solar panel modules. It holds the space station batteries. You can dock stuff to it. You can dock shuttle pallets to it. They left some shuttle pallets up there from the shuttle program, which is cool, but kind of sad. They also left the OBSS from Endeavor up there. I never knew that until Ian told me about it the other day. There's the Z1 truss segment right there with the antennas, right? And then there's the truss structure also has the radiators on it. And one of my favorite things that I really, really want and would be really, really good for building things is called I think it's called the mobile base. The MBS? MBS is what it's called. So, the cool thing about the truss structure, you see that? Those look like train tracks. See how one side of it is open and this side is covered? The reason why that side is open right there is because you have the mobile base system. There's literally an ISS train. I'm trying to find a picture of it. They want their MTV. Yeah, here we go. Mobile base system. Let's open that up. Look. See it? It's a little train that runs back and forth on the truss. I want that. Yeah, I very much want that. I will find a Kraken Tech way of making this. Engineers are not good at dealing with customers. And then the S0 truss segment, we still need to figure that one out, but I do have an idea for how that could work together. So, the truss structure is it's hexagonal, but it's actually trapezoidal from here to like the back. Out here, it's a hexagon, but if you look at the S3 truss segment in this picture, you look at S0, S1. Oh yeah, where's the S2? I forgot why the S2 isn't there. I'm sure there's a good reason. But if you look at it, it's only a trapezoidal shape. The reason why is because the radiator array takes up the other side. We'll do that. We'll do that. So let's start with making this here. We'll start with trying to figure out a way to do our track system. And we'll start with our S0 truss segments. Hexagons, bestagons. I've seen the dynamic analysis video, Creeper. Yeah. That actually taught me a lot about, you know, when you go to dock to a station or something, like why it's really important to not have the RCS like fire at the space station.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Because they did they did the torsional load analysis. Actually, that's tensile load analysis there, but like when the shuttle got near the station, the reason why the solar panels are way out on the end Because if you tried to fire the shuttle's RCS, the whole station could do that. Like, watch. Creep, this is actually a really good video. Thank you for linking this. Watch. Hey, Kickding, 26 months. Look. They had to... Yeah, you got to be careful. The thrust had to go... The shuttle had to go into what's called a low-Z thrust. When the shuttle's docking port aligned with the station's V-bar... Alright? Now, don't get me wrong. The docking... this is all the same on the ISS. When it got aligned with the station's V-bar, they had to basically use fine control. If you notice, the shuttle has clusters of RCS up front. There's 2 thrusters facing down, and then there's a 3rd vernier thruster there. Basically, the shuttle had fine control for docking, and it could modulate thrust by pulsing the RCS, and then it has an even smaller RCS that's designed for docking. Because if you dock too hard to the space station, they figured out, because the shuttle is a chonker of a freaking vehicle, it's still 60 tons of mass hitting a 100-ton space station, right? So, when it docks, it'll just... Boop. You definitely seen stations do that in Kerbal. Yeah, that could be a big problem. Didn't the ISS originally have a different configuration for the solar panels and they rearranged them over time? Yes, it did. It's over here. You want to see how they built this thing? Look at this picture. Actually, I don't think that's the, I'll open up one for the ISS here as well. They have the GIF of the ISS assembly operations. Here it is. Look. So they started with putting that up there. They put one of the solar panel arrays up there, and then they retracted it and moved it to the other side using the MBS. Crazy, right? Think about how nuts that actually is. Taking that thing, unbolting it, and then using the MBS to just move it over there and reattach. It is a Lego kit. It's designed to go together like that. Guys, they had plans with the space shuttle. With Space Station Freedom and whatnot, they had plans. Even the last version of Space Station Freedom, because NASA got thrashed by budget cuts in the late 80s, early 90s because of the Cold War. This is a consolation prize comparatively to what they had planned. And not only did they start having it planned, but they started... Not only did they... They started doing analysis on these amazing plans, and they started making stuff, which is crazy to me, like Centaur G. Good example. But anyway, let's get back into the truss systems here. So we need... Yeah, space always gets the shaft, dude. It's really, really annoying. I really, really hate it. So down here is kind of the jig that I have for making modules. This shows the inner diameter here, outer diameter there, and then the angle that I want my modules to be at. That's what those rulers down there are for. Up here, let's work on the truss segment. So the truss segment is hexagonal, but trapezoidal in some parts. You always say to watch for what hardware they make. They had ISS components basically being assembled before the ISS even existed, because half of them were for Space Station Freedom. Do you need a lot of delta V to move something from the far right to the far left? No delta V required, Clayton. Electrical power, because the ISS has cranes on it, dude. So check this out. This is what I want to build. Okay, so this is called the mobile base. See this green thing right here? That is a trolley. It's a trolley. And see the truss segment? That's rails. Those are rails for the trolley. And what they can do, it's an electric train. It's like an electric train set. Seriously. An electric train set. The crazy part is that they can dock the arm. They can dock the space station remote manipulator system, so Canadarm2. They can dock that to the trolley and get power to the arm, and they can move that back and forth along the axis of the space station. Is that crazy or what? You don't need any delta V to move it over there. You're using electrical power. Now, don't get me wrong. You are generating momentum when you move that big honking thing over there. Sure, absolutely. Railroads in space. The ISS has a train on it, Caden. Yep, there's a train. Yep. How do they ground their equipment on the space station? Insulators. Big insulators. You can ground something if it insulates enough against the electrical systems. Yeah, insulators. The ISS uses DC power. Yeah. Found some Freedom concept art featuring the funny. It doesn't move very fast. No, you don't want to move it very fast. I did not know. I was thinking Delta V. Well, Delta V implies you're firing a rocket engine, Clayton. You don't want to fire a rocket engine. You don't want to fire a rocket engine next to the space station. The space station is delicate. You got to remember, the space station is not very structural. It's not very structurally sound. Why? Well, it doesn't have to be. You don't build bridges out of 747s, right? You wouldn't take, oh, we got to bridge this gap. Let's take a 747 fuselage and put it there. Boom, 747 bridge, right? You don't do that. Why don't you do that? Well, because the 747 doesn't need to be as strong as a bridge, because it's not a bridge, it flies. I mean, don't get me wrong, flying bridges, I'm in. Interesting. Right? You don't, kill it, Zay. Kill it with fire. Although that would have been really good for Centaur G, I will say. So, the ISS, it doesn't need to be structurally sound, dude. If we were somehow able to get the entire ISS and just bring it back down here, it would have to be hanging from like a building. All I'm picturing in my head, Clayton, is like the ISS inside of a giant football stadium, right? Or a soccer field that's closed in, and it's hanging from the rafters. That's the only way you'd be able to get it to like stay together. Because if you just put it on the ground, it'll literally just fall over like a rag doll. The thing is not very strong because it doesn't need to be, because it's a space station, right? I believe the ISS has the PCU, plasma contactor unit, to manage the electrical potential. Yeah, Rocket, I'm not 100% familiar with how the grounding systems work on the ISS, if there is any. My guess is that it probably works like an airplane. But I'm not familiar with a PCU. I'm not familiar with that. I mean, if you really want something grounded out, just put it through a big enough insulator. It'll ground out. Anyway. Let's jump back in. So, how are we going to build this? So, it's a trapezoidal shape, so I'm just going to put something together here real quick. That reminds me of the time you wanted to bring your space station back down and we were doing stands and stuff. Yep. Alright, that's the shape that I'm looking for, but I think that shape might be too big. Because if we bring it down here, the outer diameter marker that I have here is the outside of the shuttle's payload bay, on comparatively to on center. So the node attachment point right here, so like where the space station module is the center of the bay, and that's the outer bay wall. So that's actually too big. Okay, that's not going to work. The vertical constraint? The module, that's why I kept the module here, Rocket Guide. That's basically my constraint volume. My shuttle payload bay is capable of bringing out, it's basically a 2.6 diameter, 2.6 meter diameter. Slightly bigger than 2.5. I engineered it like that on purpose because when I go to make the modules, if I want to say put a HAB module in here, right? So if we go here, just put interstage nodes on, truss structure off. Check this out. You can throw it right in, and the bars stick out just a little bit to give it that real module scene kind of look thing. I really kind of wish they'd stuck out just a little bit more, but we could always change the diameter. So you could do that. You could put that in there, or if you really wanted to, you could put storage modules in there for inventory storage. You could put the science module in there, same idea. Little parts of it would stick out, but that's kind of the point. Also, it's kind of interesting because the science module is not symmetrical. Mere hardware heritage. Launch it on the SDLV. The truss. I want to use as much of the shuttle payload bay as I absolutely can. I really don't want to use the SDLV unless we absolutely have to. Fold it out from the shuttle bay. If we're gonna do something like the train, the mobile train in space, if I'm gonna do something like that, it's gonna be a little different. Yeah, if we make it fold out, I don't want to go crazy with the robotics because once again, we got to be cognizant of this part count, man. I don't want a 1,000 part station. It's basically, I mean, we could get away with it, but it'd be. I want to go old school with this save, but I don't want to go too old school. You know what I mean? Randomly in my feed, I got the Hyper-Encabulator sequel that they just released this year. Yep. Yeah, it's a good video. That's a great video. I'm trying to remember lines from it, Duber, but I actually forget. We call it the sock drawer. There you go. My ISS analog was 1,500 parts. Rocket Guy, how did you do your truss segments? If you don't mind me asking. What did you do? I'm trying to, once again, dude, gotta keep the part count low. I was thinking use it for the thermal barriers, use physics-less parts. So, what we could do, let's bring her down here. So how the truss segments, these certain truss segments here, the trapezoidal ones, how they rode in the shuttle payload bay was trapezoid facing down. And for these thermal parts right here, I was thinking just use physics-less flags. That'll definitely work. I think what you just made there, it fit along one of the payload bay dimensions. Okay. Could the Saturn V launch the entire ISS if we used all 3 stages? So Novaraptor, by mass, probably not. No, you'd need probably 3 or 4 Saturn Vs, just 3 or 4. 3 or 4 to bring up something of equivalent mass. Here, you're running into a golden problem. This is a big problem with spaceflight. And nobody's gonna really say it's a problem, but it's a problem. Think about this. So think about it for a second. You would need 5 Saturn Vs to put something of equivalent mass in space. So we could make a space station that's just as big as the ISS with Saturn V or with SLS. No problem. But how are you going to put it together? What does a Saturn V built space station look like? I'm thinking literally Mir with a bunch of Skylab modules kind of put together, right? But that's not the ISS. So how would the Saturn V go and make the ISS? Could we launch it all in one shot? You would need a robotic arm somehow, right? To put the whole thing together. How does it dock to the space station? How do you get the modules to the space station? More importantly, how do the modules fit inside of Saturn V? What do they look like? The circuits like freeways, ships, motorcycles? No. The problem that I'm getting at here is that we could put the mass up into space. Honestly, at this point, it's making a bigger fairing. That's the problem. SLS. So think about SLS Block 1. Think about Artemis 1. Artemis 1, that SLS can move 100 tons. With the crappy variant, with the DCSS ICPS upper stage, it can put 100 tons in space. 100 tons. That's just as much as Starship. But where are you going to put it? You only have an adapter for an Orion. And at best, you could put a Delta IV payload attachment fitting up there and have a 5-meter fairing. But you're going to fit 100 tons of something into a 5-meter fairing? That's not happening. So at some point, we're going to need to find a way to move bigger payloads into space, because it's not necessarily about massive payload. We have the systems that can put very big payloads into space, but they can't fit big payloads. You got to remember, not every payload is going to be 100 tons. The heaviest component on the ISS, the heaviest single payload brought up, was one of the truss segments, and it was like 25 tons or something. Right? Shuttle was created with the mission to design a large multi-structure station. Well, remember, the station is driven by the launch vehicle, so the ISS would not ever be the ISS would not ever be the ISS without shuttle. See what I mean? It's a bigger payload fairing, to be honest with you. How exactly would it be assembled on orbit? See, that's the capability we gave up when we lost the shuttle. I'm hoping that that this thing will reinstate that thing's capability, which is why I hope to Jeb. I pray to Jeb that Starship will have a shuttle-style payload bay with a robotic arm. Elon companies seem to be getting into cybernetics and robotics and stuff with the Tesla bot and stuff, so maybe Elon will parry that Tesla engineering for a Starship remote manipulator system. It makes sense. It's a good idea. How are they planning on building Lunar Gateway? Falcon Heavy is going to launch the initial components of it, Kilpon, and then SLS Block 1B will be able to add to it, because the Block 1B version of SLS actually has a payload bay riding behind Orion. The salami lid ain't gonna fit. It would only be 100 tons if it launched your mom. Wow. Yeah, she has lost weight, though, comparatively to your mom. Your mom has more gravitational pull than the moon. Got him. Use Starship to bring back Hubble? Sure. GUI, yeah. What is Space Station Freedom, or Space Station Freedom? NASA STI. I've seen this video before, but I need a refresher. Good find, Zay. That's just because she's really dense. Ooh. We got to get back to building that truss segment, though. No sound. Dude, these, for computer graphics, this is pretty damn close to what the real thing ended up looking like. That's pretty dang close. Yeah, that's the difference between, like, how the USOS segment... Rocket Guy's right. Novoraptor, that's the difference between the United States operational segment and the Russian operational segment on the ISS. The Russian modules were launched up there and they docked themselves because they have RCS on them. Right? They have RCS on them. Our modules need the ARM. But our modules are a lot less complicated. They don't need guidance systems. They don't need RCS. They don't need docking systems. It's a much simpler system when you base it around the shuttle. Is that a toilet? There's still no sound for this. You know what? This is not far off from what we got with the ISS. It's pretty damn close. That looks pretty much exactly like the inside of the lab modules. See, those squared bulkheads that are at the end, Those are CBMs. They look exactly the same. See? That's pretty much exactly what it looks like. Space Station Freedom would have been crazier, though. Would have been better than this. Yep. That's what the cupola is used for. The cupola is used for operating the arm. You can operate the arm from there, so you can actually see what you're doing. Yep. MPLM attachment point. That's exactly how they still do that way. Or they did do that way. I'm sorry, it still the shuttle still flies in my opinion. I really have some really deep-seated psychological problems with coming to terms that the fact that the shuttle doesn't fly anymore, even more than a decade out, it still screws with me. I'm like, oh yeah, the shuttle still fly. No, wait, huh? We use pods again? Ew. Like, it's more cramped now due to all the stuff. Yep. Well, that's basically what it looked like at the end. Good finds, eh? Yeah. Yep. That's exactly what it ended up looking like. It's pretty damn close. We didn't... Nah. No, Raptor. We gave up the shuttle with the promise that we were going to get the Constellation program. I seriously think that Congress would not have allowed that to happen if we weren't getting the Constellation program. You guys got to remember, and I will say this till I'm blue in the face, Congress is on our side when it comes to spaceflight. It's not for the right reasons, though, but they're on our side. Congress wants a bigger space program. They always want a bigger space program. They will always argue for a bigger space program because they want more jobs in their congressional districts. So, if you give them a space program, and the House gets you the right funding, then you're good. Congress loves spending money. They love doing that. You can say whatever the hell you want. You'd be wrong. They love spending money. You give them a big project to do. This is why when SLS came along, right? And SLS basically came along because, they said, we'll stop flying the shuttle and we'll get going back to the moon. And then they said, no, we're not doing either of those things. And Congress said, the hell we aren't. You guys can say whatever you want about SLS, but SLS is there because Congress, House and Senate wanted to fund a lunar program because they wanted to keep the jobs in their districts. They will always do that. The best way, and what's worked traditionally in the past, there's a reason why there's 6 flags up on the moon. They're white flags now, but whatever. There's 6 American flags up on the moon because somebody knew how to use that system correctly and parry it to get what you want. You got to use the system to your advantage. So, we stopped flying the shuttle with the promise of Constellation, and then they tried to pull the rug out on everything and just say, oh, commercial can do it. And Congress said, the hell you're going to do that? You guys got to remember, don't get me wrong, I like dumping on Congress just as much as the next person. But with the case of the space program, they're very much on our side. That's right, Duckman. Congress wants more things that buy votes, which means more social programs. They don't want few high-paying jobs. They want a lot of small handouts. And the space program is perfect for that. It's perfect for that because you need a lot of supply chains to get a space program going. It is the perfect thing for them to do. It's perfect. That's right, Elfish. I tagged you in a tweet with Elon Musk. I thought you would agree with my question that I asked him. I don't have any notifications. Maybe mentions here. I don't see it. It didn't pop up for me. I know what you mean, Hellfish. Yeah. I said that they're on our side. It's not for the right reasons, but they are. They absolutely are. My argument has always been, if you give them a more comprehensive space program, so more SLS flights, a dedicated lander for SLS, a comprehensive program like Constellation, like the Apollo program, even like the original NSTS, the original shuttle program, before, the executive branch decided that they didn't want to do like 3/4 of what the original shuttle proposed. You can't win them all. They'll go for it. They'll absolutely go for it. Yeah, Rarest, it's true. And don't get me wrong, fellas. I'm not trying to say, oh, it's this person's fault, it's this person's fault. Playing the blame game never gets you anywhere. You learn from this. What I've learned is that arguing for more comprehensive spaceflight and a better concrete architecture, yes, it will be at cost because it's a government program. It'll cost more, absolutely. But that's going to be better for long-term sustainability because Congress won't let it go. You can't rip the Band-Aid off. It's really hard to do. They tried, and we got SLS instead. You know what I mean? If it's going to be something that's inevitable, use it to your advantage, right? That's only being smart. I'll just tell you what I sent. When Starship is flying all the time, does SpaceX have any ideas on how to bring back the ISS? Hopefully he'll answer you. Anyway. So Nova, we got rid of... They let the shuttle go. They let all this capability go because we were promised something better. And then a presidential term ended, and then they decided they could do something even better than that. It turns out that, look, I'm not going to say that, getting rid of Constellation wasn't completely bad. It was pretty bad. But it wasn't all bad, because we got, you saw the rise of the commercial industry in space, which is great. You got stuff like SpaceX. But, I mean, if stuff like SpaceX was inevitable. That was part of the Constellation program anyway, and it was probably going to happen anyway. But we didn't. They just forgot to say that part, so it really ended up being a net negative. But hey, stuff happens. You can sit here and you play the blame game and you can whine about it, or you could learn from it and go. That's what I try to do when I teach you guys this stuff, or when we talk about it. That's what I'm trying to do. I ain't playing the blame game. Screw the blame game. That gets nobody anywhere. Bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Yep. It's just a hand in the bush. Anyway. So, let's try a couple of different... Hey, thing on a spring! Hey, man. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 subs. I do appreciate it. Was that an Aussie reference? I gotta buy a bass guitar.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Easily dodging all the subs. Thing on a spring. Thanks for the 5 subs. Appreciate it. Alright, so...
Discovery,
let's try something here. Let's give our truss segment a central component here. Like that. That'll be better for structure, I think.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And that'll be better hierarchially, I think. We gifted a sub to Spacephobic. Asking you shall receive. Need some Les Claypool bass slapping? Always. I'm thinking this because the I-beams for me have historically made very good track systems. Dang it, Wheat beat you to it. Yeah, he does that. He's quick on the draw, man. I mean, guys, once again, I honestly think sometime in the future there will be some NASA has showed interest with other programs that they do want to try and bring some ISS modules back down. I firmly believe that if SpaceX pushes through and Starship can do what we think it's going to do, that they will consider doing this. They will consider bringing modules back down with it. And if they do that, he said doo-doo. Nice. If they do want to do that, right? He said doo-doo again. Look, Starship is going to be very, very well suited for that. And if you're going to do it, the best way to bring those modules down would be the exact same way. If you're thinking about it from an engineering standpoint, best way to bring those modules down would be the exact same way they went up there. How did they get up there? Inside of a shuttle's payload bay. So that would be the best way to bring them down. We can't bring them down that way because the shuttle doesn't fly anymore. So it would only make logical sense to outfit Starship with a shuttle-style payload bay and a robotic arm. How else are you going to get those modules back down? And I think SpaceX would also be wise to do something like that. Because, look, NASA put a lot of thought into how they do this stuff. They put a lot of thought into payload bay operations with the shuttle. You'd be stupid to not SpaceX would be crazy to not go and raid the archives like what we're doing right now. Or an inflatable heat shield. Well, that's what I mean. With Lofted, dude, that's what kind of sealed the deal for me. NASA is definitely looking at bringing down Cygnus capsules and bringing down potentially ISS modules with Lofted. So that tells me that they're interested. And if they're interested, if they've been thinking about bringing modules down with Lofted, you know damn well that they're thinking about bringing it down with Starship, especially since Starship is kind of on the books with HLS. You can be damn sure that there's a trade study going around somewhere at Marshall there's a trade study going around somewhere at Marshall with the HLS program that's considering this. And once again, the best way to do that, the best way to bring down those modules would be to outfit a Starship with literally a shuttle payload bay inside of it. Because that's the way they were brought up. Wouldn't need to worry about bringing them down. They launched into space, right? Like, it makes perfect sense. What's the strut abomination? Some of them are rulers. The other ones are just me prototyping out a truss segment for my station. Hey, Element, what's going on, man? Do you ever wonder why things have to turn out the way they do? What do you mean? Stuff happens, dude. Like, in terms of, like, why they have to turn out the way they do? No, I don't question it, man. I don't question it because they're problems that are really out of my control. You know, one of the hardest things I've had to learn as I get older, Danger, is to not let things that are out of my control bother me. That's a really important thing to understand. It's a big part of growing up. Don't let stuff that's out of your control bother you. Can you remind me what the argument is? What's the argument for getting to the moon with Orion plus Starship versus just a Starship? It is a safety crew rating thing. Yeah, but politics were involved there too. Yeah, they're not going to crew rate. Starship won't be crew rated for liftoff and launch for a long time. But when you think about it, that makes sense. Why? Well, why does it make sense? It makes sense because you're using Starship as a lander. Now, think about landers that we've made in the past. Think about landers that we made in the past. Like the LEM. Did the astronauts ride up into space on the LEM? Not a chance. No way. Riding up in the LEM would be a big mistake. I mean, you could. Wouldn't really do that. There you go, Red. Guys, the reason why Starship got picked as a lander is because when NASA was going to try and select a lander for the Artemis program, when Jim went to go try and get a lander, he said, look, we need a lander. We need a lander for this program. We don't have a lunar lander. I'm going to get a lunar lander on the books. And Congress said, okay, that's fine. Sure. Basically, well, the Senate basically said, okay, let's do this. Right? When they went to the House said we don't have the money to do that. So, what they ended up doing was underfunding them. They underfunded the lander program big time. So what NASA did and said, what Jim did to try and get a lander on the books to try and kickstart the damn Artemis program. What he ended up figuring out was that, look, they added a little bit of change to the lunar lander contract, the solicitation for the lunar lander. The change that he added was basically, look, we can only fund this much. Anybody that wants to fund a proposal here, can put their own money towards it. If, like, you can match our funding. And they basically, that was a big deal. Like, not a lot of people realize how big of a deal that was. What they basically said is that, look, you can fund the project. We can only fund you up to this. So if you want to get this contract, we can only fund you to the tune of, like, maybe a couple $100 million, because that's all we have. But we want a lander. So if you want to put your own money towards it, you can. SpaceX heard that, and nobody else did. So Elon, with their proposal, basically said, I got money. I'll put $2 billion of my own funding towards building a lunar lander if you pick me. And NASA said, oh, hell yeah, we're picking you, dude. That's how that happened. That's why the national team didn't go, because Blue Origin missed the memo for some reason. But you could, I made this argument at the time that it was actually a pretty damn good idea. So, you choose SpaceX regardless. Why would you choose SpaceX regardless? You choose SpaceX regardless because you know that the other people, Dynetics, a Leidos company, the national team, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Draper, you know that those guys are going to go lobby Congress if you pick SpaceX. They're going to go lobby the hell out of Congress to get another lander on the books. And that's exactly what happened. The second they announced Starship, Blue Origin, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed, Draper, all went right to their congressional constituents and said, no, we need another lunar lander on the books. So it was a 7D chess move by Jim Bridenstine and his OMB management team to end up getting 2 landers for basically the price of 1. Smart, man. Very smart. Also, what they ended up doing is getting Starship on NASA's radar, so they can't ignore Starship anymore because it's on the books. It is a insanely smart decision. That was a really, really good move. That right there was Jim's best thing that he did as NASA administrator, bar none. Yeah, they underfunded it, Acton. I tell you guys, underfunding, overfunding, both bad. Both bad. They underfunded HLS. NASA asked for $1 billion, and they said, the House of Representatives says, nah, 150, 200 million. And they said, fine, frick you. We'll open the lander to be privately funded as well, and we'll match. And that's what happened. Oh yeah, I was very, very, very in tune with what was going on there, because I was curious how they were going to solve that problem. The big difference is that SpaceX can get to the moon without SLS, and they will have other customers for moon landings. Blue will only have NASA as a customer, so it wouldn't make much sense to invest more than they would be paid for it. S, are you trying to make the argument to me right now that the national team Blue would only have NASA as a customer, so it wouldn't make much sense to invest more than they would be paid for it? Are you trying to make the argument that Jeff Bezos would not invest as much money into the space program as Elon would? I'm confused. Gupsy, what role is Starship supposed to play? I thought it was eventually a Mars lander. Gupsy, Starship is just basically becoming Space Shuttle 2.0. Yeah, it's basically becoming Space Shuttle 2.0. That's the right way to say it. Yeah, Blue is working on some stuff, dude. New Glenn is going to have a reusable second stage. They're making New Glenn fully reusable eventually. Fair point, I guess. No, dude, seriously, Blue Origin missed the memo. They totally did not. Somebody in their law, like Blue Origin legal office, completely missed the fact that you could throw your own money at the HLS program. They missed it. You know what? You know how I know? Because their injunction, they filed an injunction after SpaceX. After SpaceX was awarded HLS, they filed an injunction, and they said, no, you can't. They said that's not right. That's illegal. You can't change the rules to your contract solicitation. You can't change the rules to it. You change the rules to basically suit SpaceX. And the courts basically said, it's NASA. It's NASA. Of course they can change the rules. As long as there was no conflict of interest, they can change the rules all they want. You were given the same contract solicitation. So that leads me to believe that somebody in Blue Origin Legal screwed up bad and totally missed the broad agency announcement where they modified the HLS contract. They totally missed it. Would the upper stage land on the moon, though, or would there be a separate lander? I don't know, Gupsy. Blue Origin is very secretive about what they do. I don't know what they're going to do. That's honestly hilarious. Dude, yeah. Blue, and actually they appealed the ruling after that too. So that tells me that somebody missed it. And I don't mean to talk bad about Blue. You know, like, I like Blue. I like Blue Origin. I think New Glenn is going to be amazing. I think the BE-4 is an amazing piece of technology. And New Shepard, honestly, is ridiculous for what it is. It sucks that it's grounded right now, but I really, really, really like I really like Blue. I really like what they do. And dude, they have all kinds of crazy stuff planned. If you go look at some of the job listings that they have posted on like Blue Origin's website, dude, they got some nutso stuff planned. Nutso stuff. You got to remember, okay? Real quick. You got to remember, Blue Origin is not doing what SpaceX is doing. SpaceX wants to colonize planets. Blue Origin's stated mission goal is develop technologies not to transport people from planet to planet, but to colonize space. To build cities in space. It's a completely different thing than what SpaceX is doing. Because Jeff Bezos wants O'Neill cylinders in space. And you know what? Honestly, please do that. Please do that. That would be sweet. New Shepard is grounded. It got grounded. The last New Shepard flight blew up. You guys don't remember that? Yeah. Blue Origin has nuclear rocket propulsion engineers on their job postings. What does Blue need a lander for? What did SpaceX need a lunar lander for? SpaceX wants to go to Mars. Dude, you gotta get the contract. Like, sometimes, like when you're bidding on defense contracts or NASA contracts, sometimes you take the hit. Sometimes you don't make a profit on contracts. But you get your foot in the door. Companies do this all the time. This is why, like, sometimes, like Bigelow, for instance, or, you know, Rocket Plane Kistler, those companies that get awarded these big contracts, they underbid on purpose just to get their foot in the door. And, you know, maybe we'll ask for more funding later. They underbid on purpose. Happens all the time. How many times have you heard of, you know, companies underbidding on something and then saying, oh, we need more money? Boeing literally did that with Starliner. And then they parried seats to the ISS as a way to get more money for Starliner, which is actually really smart. You could say that's a frick up. I would not call that a frick up. I'd call that being a shrewd business. Being a shrewd businessman. That's like 70 chess business move right there. Seriously. They wanted to get more funding for Starliner after the OFT-1 mission. And to fund their own OFT2 mission, they sold seats that they bought from the Russians. They bought seats for tourism from the Russians and then sold those to NASA to get money to launch OFT2. Straight up. Really smart. Like, you could say whatever you want about Boeing. Whatever. I know not all people like Boeing. I think that's smart. That's genius, dude. I would not have thought of that. That's really smart to do. Yeah, I don't know why Kistler folded so much, Thomas, but underbidding happens, guys. You underbid all the time to get your foot in the door. You underbid all the time to get your foot in the door in hopes that you're going to get a bigger contract later. This happens everywhere. You get government funding to be... Rocket Guy, what's up? What is this? You get government funding to be completely non-dilutive funding to increase your technology's maturation levels, TRLs. It's perfect because you don't give up any percentage of your company to venture capital, which will ask for more ownership due to the high risk involved. Government pays for the risk burn down, not private investment. Bingo. They lost COTS due to funding not being met and then folded due to bankruptcy. See what I mean? Happens all the time. Scalping tickets for a game. Yeah, but see, Red, here's the thing. You know, there's laws against scalping ticket. Well, not laws. There's kind of... Actually, it's a law in some places against scalping tickets. There ain't no law about scalping tickets to the space station because those are in demand. You kind of need those. Boeing went to NASA and said, hey, you want to buy these tickets? Want to buy these tickets on the Soyuz? Oh, Dragon isn't ready? Oh, you need people to go to the ISS. We just have some seats, just chilling. You want to buy them? And NASA said, yes. Shrewd business, Wheat. You know it's... I mean, Wheat, dude, you work in software. You know software is cutthroat. Defense is even more cutthroat. Dude, those guys are ruthless. Ruthless. Like, ruthless. It's like, I'm not even mad. It's just, damn, that's some real Ferengi stuff right there, man. Holy cow. Alright, back to trust segments. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's how that industry works, man. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put this capsule down underneath here to kind of show, so I can get some like good visualization. On like how the trust segment would look over the top here. That really tickled the spot, hearing the Ferengi rip. Dude, it's shrewd, man. Hey, that's defense, man. Defense has been cutthroat like that pretty much since the end of the Cold War, guys. Look at how many aerospace companies folded in the early 90s because we ended up like slashing our defense budget. That's why you have Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, you know. Boeing and McDonnell Douglas merged, you know what I mean? That's why that happened. Bad way to do that. Do we have any more like long parts that could be used as a truss segment? What I'm really trying to avoid is building like something that we have to strut together. You want me to do a one-to-one match with Freedom's Trust you showed earlier? Here's the thing. No, I'm not trying to copy it completely. I'm taking parts of it that I like. Now, don't get me wrong, it's going to have to be kind of similar, but part of this is adapting things for KSP. You know what I mean? You got to adapt it a little bit. You might have to mess with some adaptation. What I was thinking is that we could use Kerbal inventory, right? We could use the Kerbal inventory system, and we could I could have an airlock, and we could EVA the Kerbals out and have them climb up the ladder, right? And then they can run struts. They could run struts. All we need is a docking port holding these two things together, and they could run a bunch of struts. But I'm still, like, about doing EVA construction. I'm not... It's not... Like, I'm not, like, sold on it completely. We'd have to test it. Yeah, Clayton, I saw it, dude. We'll watch it. We're gonna play KSP until then. Bingo. You know? What I do want to get done is something like this. We could use the flat flags, and then we could use the payload bay liner. Like this. To make something similar. That doesn't solve our rails problem, but it does look good. See what I mean? I just got to figure out, we're going to need something solid here for the rails. And then what we could do on the back is just use a bigger flag and then just... But that's still, we still got to fix some things here and there, you know? But this is, by and large, kind of what I'm thinking. Oh, the huge flag is exactly double the size of the large flag. See? Oh, that's useful. That's really, really actually very good. Ferrari wants to ask you something. Would you like to be our team principal question? See, and then we could just... The batteries on the ISS, are they 12 volt? No, Clayton. They're not. Oh, wow. It's right here. 11 kilowatt. We will have 50 mode rack. Nope, that's not exactly what we're looking for. Let me go up to the table of contents. The Space Station Freedom Users Guide has the power outputs. I think it's 48 volts. I think it's a 48 volt system. It's derived from aerospace. Go figure. Yeah, it does look right or not. Yeah, I'm in on it. I like the flags, and they're physics-less, dude. So that's so huge. I'm telling you, physics-less parts can really help you optimize things because it doesn't clog up the simulation as much. Are those segments smaller than what you made initially? Yeah, they are, Rocket. I'll show you this as a comparison. I remember it being in the last year, wasn't it? 160 volt and 120 volt DC. The electrical power system in the International Space Station. Oh, man, you guys are good at this. They did upgrade the batteries to the space station. They upgraded them to lithium. To lithium Ilon. Lithium Cylon. They upgraded them to lithium lithium batteries. They upgraded them to lithium batteries. Lithium Ilon batteries. Lion is good batteries. Что? Lithium Nipoly. Actually, the batteries that were in there before that, guys, were... what was it? It was nickel. It was a nickel battery. Nickel hydrogen, I think. Nickel hydro something or other. Lithium Elon. Elon is a battery. I'd believe that, Ando, at this point. I'd believe that. You know in like Men in Black when they're talking about people that are definitely aliens? Well, you know. Nickel hydride. Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you. Oh. Icky. Actually, no, that kind of is cool. Having the little gap in there. Not bad. That's how that would have to look. Nickel hydrazine? No, that sounds explosive. Here, hang on. That's actually right. Okay. I'm using the I-beams just to line stuff up. Yeah, okay. Alright. So, remove from sim there. Remove from sim. Remove from sim. So this is going to give us a pretty good cover here, but... Alright, let's just bring it back down to one segment. Remember, the best way to deal with a fluorine fire is a good pair of running shoes. Yeah. Just got here, so sorry if you've gone over it already. No problem, Oculus. Thanks for letting me know that you just got here, because sometimes I get confused. I appreciate it. How am I going to deal with flex? Pilot dowels and same vessel collision should do me right here. Yeah. SVI and some locking dowels, so a similar system to what we have on the with the robotic arm with the pins that lock in. We can use something like that here. I lost count, Iceman. But this does look good. But that's not like the whole thing with the truss structure. You know, we gotta... Let's go over here. I'm gonna go back up to the top with this one. I think this is the Centaur fueling one. Oh, it did not like me scrolling that far. Yeah, Centaur operations, okay. There's the Freedom User's Guide. What's this one? Development of deployable structures for large space platforms. Yeah, Wheat's helping me out with that. They wanted to go with a square truss, and they switched to a hexagonal truss? Whoa. They wanted to build it like a tower crane. Smart. Audiobook of you reading this whole PDF then? You would want me to read all this? One of my regular viewers mentioned how crazy in depth you go with KSP building. I take it, dude. Yeah, I try to push it to the next level, man. Ice, that's not anything anybody wasn't doing 10 years ago playing Kerbal. Seriously, that's in fact that's kind of what got me started with doing this kind of stuff, dude. Go hard. Seriously, he was impressed. Oh, right on. Yeah. Because back in the day, it was all about who could build a bigger launch vehicle and get bigger, literally more fuel to anywhere in the solar system. And I built the craziest stuff, but that's what I've been doing with Kerbal since. Taking crazy cool ideas from the space program, and then some of my own ideas kind of mixed in. And implement them.
Discovery.
Figure out ways to implement them in Kerbal. And then, as a bonus, I get to learn how the real stuff actually works. It is a really, really good system. Oh no, gifted a sub to Iceman. Thank you. Exquisite buttress, sir. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they wanted to build the truss. They wanted to have a self-building truss segment. That's why a lot of renders of Space Station Freedom have a square truss segment, and they wanted to make it so it builds itself. Or does it fold out? It folds out. Oh. Wait, are we sure this isn't the solar panel? The solar panel folds out like this. Joe Rogan just dropped a podcast with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, that's cool. That looks like the solar panels, guys. But they're calling it truss arrangements, so... Let's just back up a little ways. The solar panel uses telescoping trusses like this. That's how they deployed them. And they are square like that. They do look like that. I just want to make sure we're not looking at the solar panel. Yeah, I don't mind Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's cool. He's really good at explaining STEM. Like, really good. And he has the buttery smooth voice to do it. The guy has some weird opinions about things, I'm not going to lie to you. But then again, so do I, so... And he's way smarter than me, so whatever. You know? Imagine, if you will, a world. I mean, the guy could have made a career off doing voiceovers. Him, Bill Nye. It's important. You know what? You know the thing about Bill Nye? Bill Nye isn't a scientist. He's an engineer. Engineers do be good at explaining things, though. Engineers do be good at it. All right, that's not really going to get me what I'm looking for. Lex's podcast with Todd Howard. I'm actually looking forward to that. NASA just put out this video from before hatch closure in August. Oh my god. Remember we have the NASA presser at 5? There's another Artemis presser at 5? Damn. Alright, I gotta do some work. we gotta get going. Okay. Lex also did a podcast with the creator of Python. NASA's at 5 Eastern, Neuralink's at 9, Thomas, because time zones. I'm sorry, I called it Fartimus. Ugh. How could you? Yeah, it happens to me all the time, Thomas, don't worry about it. So see these triangular pieces here? Those are the keel dowel for the shuttle's payload bay. They took those parts off. I wonder what happened to them. They took these things off because they needed the track system to be open, but they also needed to carry these inside of the shuttle payload bay. Cool. And there's a little cart right there. Seriously, little rail cart. See these the two rails right there on the truss segment? That is quite literally an electric train. The ISS has an electric train on it. See it right there? With the carts? Those are flat cars. Space flat cars. And then there's your locomotive right there. And it just... Literally an electric train. How many modules are in that photo? So that is the P3 truss segment. Because there's the P1 and for some reason there's no P2 truss segment. And I don't understand why. Or there's no... Is it no P3 truss segment? I forget. Who's peeing? Ew. Do it somewhere else. That's that thing right there. It's the radiator truss segment. So you have your S0, and then P1, and then P3, and then P4. What exactly is inside the truss? Any systems that don't need to be pressurized, S? Other than that, it's hollow. There's just different stuff in there. Out on the end, out on the outside, the outsides of the truss segments in the solar panel arrays, that's where the batteries are. The batteries are by the solar panels. That reads. That makes sense. The radiator components are back there. See that? There's coolant lines right there for the radiators. So they have coolant lines, wires going through them. Coolant lines go to the radiators. And the electric wires go out to the batteries and the solar panel arrangements. And they also have another radiator out there. Now, why? So why would they do that? Why would they put them so far away? Well, this dynamic analysis photo film should pretty much tell you why everything is way out on the ends of the truss segment. That's the reason why. It's an optimized design to make sure that spacecraft aren't outgassing RCS near where the solar panels are, because the solar panels are gigantic sails. So they moved all the solar panels and the radiators and everything with the revised baseline design on Space Station Freedom, which is what basically became the ISS. They moved all that stuff way out on the ends because you don't want a spacecraft firing its RCS into a solar panel in real life. This kills the solar panel. So yeah, the truss has all kinds of stuff, dude. There's all kinds of it's basically radiators, batteries, wires, coolant lines. And then you can mount stuff on. Jeez, look at that computer. But yeah, see, the areas that have stuff in them right here, that's they have thermal insulation on them because coolant lines and stuff, right? So they have the white wrap on it for thermals. But out here, once you get out to the S4 truss segment, nothing. But the cool thing about it is that you could also dock shuttle pallets out here to the end. You could dock shuttle pallets on the end of the truss segments. See? Those are shuttle pallets. See the pegs? Yeah. So some shuttle pallets, they would just put a payload like the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer 2, AMS2, which is brought up on STS-134. They just mounted it on the pallet, and they put a plug on the end. And there's a grapple point up here, right? A small grapple point that's similar to the one that the SSRMS works, but it's a passive grappler. It's a passive end effector. The arm basically docks it to it, and then they sent some astronauts out to EVA out there and literally plug it in. That's what I mean about wiring. You could do a bunch of stuff with the truss segment. That's the whole thing. It's kind of a utility corridor for the ISS. Think about it like that. It's a big utility corridor. It's not necessarily full of things. Yeah, there's all kinds of good stuff. But what bums me out is that the truss segment is used for a bunch of different things, and on Space Station Freedom, what they were going to do is basically build stuff like Gateway. They were going to build stuff like Gateway and then send it out to the moon with a Centaur stage. That's what this PDF is all about. And I have this PDF open so I can take that into account when we go to design it, so I know what we need to build. Just confirmed. Found an artist rendering of the shuttle building Space Station Freedom from the 1970s. Square trusses of various all sizes all over the place. Yeah. Some of those 1970s, the early to late 1970s, 2001 Space Odyssey concept art with trusses just going on for as far as the eye could see is some of the coolest freaking space drawings I've ever seen. Dude, they envisioned the shuttle building space stations like the size of a football stadium, not just the field. They wanted basically the gnarliest IKEA furniture flat packing IKEA furniture in here. These big payload bays that were for Centaur G servicing and satellite servicing. They would basically origami themselves in. You guys were telling me about that in S. You said this. Origamiing is the best way to describe it. These things that say USA on them and NASA are shuttle Centaur servicing bays. So at the bottom of it, there's a mount point that picks up on Centaur's payload attachment fitting, and they could dock it to it, and then the shuttle could bring up a payload, right? And it would dock to the Centaur, and then they would use, the arm would bring the Centaur out, right? And they would let the Centaur go, like Cygnus, like how Cygnus unberths from the space station, literally that. They would let it go, and then Centaur would do it would basically do a little bit of a home and transfer to a fueling station that would be flying basically right behind Space Station Freedom, and they would fuel the Centaur there. And then they would send it out on its mission. That way you could reuse the Centaur. So the shuttle only needs to bring up fuel. You could reuse the Centaur stages. Shuttle only needs to bring up fuel, and it needs to bring up payload. That's it. And a better photo of the collapsed triangular truss prototype. Okay, link it up. It's so freaking cool, man. This is so awesome. Like, instead of like, oh, we have a shuttle Centaur with a Centaur upper stage, the Centaur can become a transfer vehicle as long as you keep it refueled. And then if you send it out to the moon and they freaking get ice off the surface of the moon, you can refuel it out there. Look at that. I want to do this. I don't think I'll be able to flat pack this in here like that though, but I would really like to do this. It's in a printed book from 1981 that you have. Oh, okay. Was there ever any concepts for an upgraded shuttle design? Yeah, of course. I mean, Gork, you got to take into account that the shuttle that flew on STS-1 and the shuttle that flew on STS-135 are not the same. No, they did introduce a bunch of upgrades to the shuttle program throughout the program. The big one would be the Block 2 SSMEs. The Block 2 Space Shuttle main engines are really, 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 really good. I mean, you just saw 4 of them fly. You just saw 4 of them fly the other day. You saw how good they are? They're really, really nice engines. It's a shame, like I said, it's a shame that we're expending. Shuttle got glass cockpit upgrades. It got cooling system upgrades, electrical system upgrades, software upgrades. You got all kinds of good stuff. Just the rate of iteration was poo-poo. The reason why you know they didn't see like crazy upgrades was because basically because of Challenger. Because NASA said, no, we don't want to innovate on the design. We need to freeze the design and make the design safer. But if you have a semi-truck and the semi-truck design, you know, has tires that explode, right? Like, say you're driving your semi-truck and for whatever reason, the weight distribution on the semi-truck makes the front tires pop after a certain amount of time. NASA basically said, okay, we got to make sure we don't pop those front tires. Instead of saying, oh, we need to redesign this tire and make it better. That's basically what happened. We got to use what we have and we got to make it safer. That's not cool, but that's basically what happened. I'm wondering if maybe we could rotate these like this. No, that's not going to work. How do we bridge the top here? Block 2 SSMEs are in the same league as the freaking F1. I wouldn't say, well, oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Not in performance, but dude, SLS performed into the 99.9th percentile for Artemis 1. Meaning everything worked exactly as expected on that vehicle, and there was a 0.1% deviation on orbital insertion. 0.1 on the first try. That's unheard of. Frankly, that's unheard of. That is, I don't think people realize how good that is. That is really good. 0.1% is an A+ grade. Being in the 99.9th percentile for deviance of engineering right there. Well, not deviance of engineering. It's just a nominal window, right? So nominal is a range, right? 99.9% would be like getting a 99 on a test that you took. NASA does a lot of studying. It's James Webb Space Telescope injection to L2 levels of precise. Pretty much. 99.9% on a moonshot. On the first try. On a rocket that's never flown before. That's absurd. That is an absurd amount of analysis and testing. But, man, like, that vehicle's a freaking ace, man. SLS is beast. It's a really, really nice design. I've been saying that for years, but... Yeah, oh yeah, it also got hit by a hurricane. Twice. Man, did they do their homework with that thing. You can blast whatever you want, say whatever you want about shuttle-derived launch vehicles, blah, 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 blah. Where's all the naysayers now? Yeah, so much for that, whole, NASA uses old technology argument. Yeah, okay. Okay. Right. I'm wondering where all those people are. All they need to do is build one every month. I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I will honestly be happy if they make 4 a year. 4 a year is good enough. 4 years is basically where the Apollo program was. Yeah, at the height of the Apollo program, they were cranking out, give or take, 3 to 4 Saturn V's per year. It favors more 3 than anything, but yeah, I'm with you. Okay, I need to go look at that truss shot again. How are we gonna do this? I need to make the tracks. How are we gonna make the tracks? If they start launching at that frequency, would you go catch a launch in person? Absolutely. It also got hit a few times while in Michoud. Yep. Let's go inwards with it a little bit. Didn't the SRB segments go through a train derailment? Yeah, a minor one, though. That's not bad, dudes. This isn't bad. But we gotta... Yeah. I gotta figure out what I want for the Kraken Tech rails. I'm not exactly sure how we would do this. Does look the part. Our beam colliders squares or eye-shaped? They are squares. Yeah, they're not eye-shaped. Good thought. So when we get out to these segments out here, these ones are gonna have to be the full kind of hexagonal shape. You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second. Maybe we should move these back one that way. And that way. That'll give us more area for the, for whatever rail system we use. Why am I doing this way? Just do this way. Just copy this stupid thing. What am I doing? Where can I get the thermal blanket texture? Oh, I don't know who gave this to me, Banana Time. I'll have to add it to the flags pack, dude. Luizo gave it to me. Yeah. Luizo Piloto in chat. I don't know if he's here. I don't think he is. The reason why I don't think he's here is because he hasn't given me crap about anything today. It's true. Stating facts, Why are you booing me? I'm right. That could be any of us. Shh. Quiet. That definitely does look the part, dudes. I will say that. Let's just pretty this up a little bit, see what happens. I have no idea why NASA's best picture of the ISS is a picture of the ISS that's upside down. Yeah, it definitely looks the part. I'll just make my own thermal blanket texture with blackjack. Here, I got an idea. Let me take this piece right here. And we got to make sure it's nice and well lit. Let me see if I can get you a good top-down view of this thing. We're going to have to do it from the side. Here. Screenshot it, boy. Oh, you found Luizo's link? Oh. Screenshot it. Make the texture. There you go. Or JSpeed found the link in chat. Cool. I use that for the inside of my payload bay. And it does work. It looks good. That's the right size. This is the right size here. Yeah, these are good. All right, so let's keep going. Now, on the ends of the truss segment, you have a hexagonal piece. It moves to hexagonal out on the ends of the truss segments. See them out there? So you have... Hang on, let's look at this. center. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. These pieces might need to be a little bit longer. I'm not sure how I'm going to make them a little bit longer. Thanks, Sweet. Technically, that's the inside liner on the shuttle's payload bay. That's what I used on the inside of mine, and it's great. Yeah, really, really good. It looks awesome. But you could go bananas with this, guys. You could theoretically texture anything. I like using the textures. I have, if you type ! flags in chat, I have letters that Predominant made me. Graham Weldon in chat, he made me all kinds of letters. I have the Cyrillic alphabet for if we want to make Russian stuff. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 0. You know, dash marks. We have all the letters. And I have old Glory on there. You know, United States markings. We even have wings. If you want to make a flag and fake it and make it look like a wing to bridge a texture, we can do that. The letter flags are awesome. Yeah, that flag pack is sweet. And then I have color swatches and checkerboards. That's all in the flag pack, if I'm remembering right. Flags in chat didn't work. Quiet. All right, I got to do a little bit of reading here. That is a sweet picture. Look at it, it's got the iroses on it. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, game data, squad, flags is where you put them. And you have to make sure they're the right resolution. If you want to see what res, just look at the resolutions of the other flags. If it's not the right res, it's going to squash and stretch. You know what? I'm going to open that image in a new tab. Thomas, you made a bunch of them as well? Yeah, the window textures. Yeah, the window textures are cool, man. Yeah, you can really do cool stuff with flags and fairings. You can really get away with some awesome stuff. You know what? This is getting saved. I don't know if we should put that in the shuttle research folder, but I'm going to put it in the shuttle research folder. I don't think that's really where that belongs, but it's okay. Oh, look at that shot, dude. Can you believe that? This does look like something out of the future, like, oh, just truss segments that goes along as far as the eye can see. When you were making Starliner, you had a hatch flag as well. Cool. Reed Wiseman there. Inspects the steel framework for the truss. The truss structure is made out of steel? No, it's not. Can't be. The structural framework was made using several manufacturing processes, including investment casting, steel hot rolling, friction stir, and TIG welding. Investment casting. Based on lost wax casting, it's one of the oldest. Whoa. Oh, okay, so it's cast components. Got it. Do you know the rough square footage of livable space on the space station? I don't, off the top of my head, no. Felix, I made a replica of the ISS a long time ago. Though not my greatest work, but if you want it for reference. Sweet. Yeah, no, it's pretty good, man. That's cool. Yeah, see, that's how we did the solar panels back in the day. You remember that? I had just the Gigantors pushing against each other because they automatically turn. We can make this. I can make solar panel arrays. Those won't be too bad. Oh, nice. You actually put the gyros in there. And the antenna mount. That's cool, man. That's cool, Theix. Good. That's pretty awesome. I'm trying to figure out how big these truss segments are. Oh. Yeah, dude, look at that. I want to see the 5-axis, because it's definitely a 5-axis mill that made this, but I want to see it. That's unbelievable. For the S3 truss picture, humans for scale. You could do this on the 3-axis mill? You think so, Ice? I would think that they would rotate the part. So you'd have 5-axis, so pitch, you know, translate forward, back, left, right, up, down, and then rotational too. That's pretty cool. Yeah. There, see, there's your hexagonal shape. Like that's got to be, yeah. So it's the S3 truss end piece. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's that piece right there. It's, can't really see it in this picture too well. It's right here. Or right there, it could be either one. But that shows you the hexagonal shape of it. See, it's a weird, it's like two trapezoids put together. That's why I'm going for something like this. You could do it on 3-axis, no problem. You're the doc. The truss segments were the heaviest payloads that the shuttle carried by mass. Yeah, they're huge. That's why I'm trying to find kind of a thing on how big they actually are. There's some photos floating around on the internet here of how, of the shuttle coming to the space station with that stuff in the payload bay. It takes up all of the payload bay. I was trying to find those pictures earlier, but couldn't find it. Oh, perfect. So the S0 truss is 13.4 meter by 4. Well, diameter is kind of weird. All I need is the length. I can extrapolate the rest of this. So 13.4. And okay, let's use some logic here. So my payloads that are going to make up our HAB modules are scaled to my shuttle's payload bay. The shuttle payload bay, the Mark III shuttle payload bay in Kerbal, I know because we've taken measurements of it before. So like the Mark III cockpit, so like the components that you use to build the shuttle, these two, these are 61%, 60 to 61%. It's like 60.8 or something, 60.8% scale. So the logic here is that if this is scaled to this, and that's scaled 61, well, just say 60% to the real life thing. That means that this one ended up being 60% of the HAB modules. So my truss segments should be about 60% as well if it's designed, if we're keeping uniform scale here. So I want S0, S1, and P1. They're all pretty much the same length. The S0 is a little bit shorter for some reason, but This help? Shuttle delivers the truss set. Yeah, that's the picture I was looking for. Look at this. It's full. The payload bay is full. It's the entire truss segment with the radiator and then the docking module. Crazy. Look at how big that payload is. Okay, so little bit of reference here. Shuttle's payload bay is 5 meters wide and 15 meters long. No, not 5 meters. 3 meter wide. 3 meters wide. No. It's 15 feet by 45 feet. So yeah, 5 meters wide by 15 meters long. Yeah, that's crazy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Pete, 24-month reset. 2 years flies by. 2 years flies by when you're having fun. Indeed. All right, so let's go back. All right. So we're running about 60% scale. That picture's sick, by the way. I'm going to take that picture and put it in my shuttle research folder. Dude, I want this. I'm sorry, guys. I love the moon missions, and I love it. I love that we're going back to the moon. It's amazing. I love this thing so much. It's so freaking cool. It's a plane that flies into space. It flies into space and comes back down, and it can literally launch a Greyhound bus into space and bring it back down into space. It's so smart, dude. It's such a good idea. They should have just kept innovating on it. It would have been freaking amazing. But NASA needed to get out of low Earth orbit to go back to the moon. I don't understand really why, but they did. If we had done Shuttle Centaur, it would be my favorite vehicle ever for now. Saturn V and SLS are on top. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm gonna get out of here. Alright, so I'm wondering why the S0 is a little bit shorter, but I think just for uniformity, I'm going to make S0, S1, and P1 because I want those. I'm going to make them uniform. So 13.7. Let's get our scale here. 13.7 times 0.60. They need to be 8.2 meters long. 17.2, 14.7. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's this. Wait, this thing is 2.5 meter? It can't be 2.5 meters. No. Yeah, these are 3 meter long. So that means these things need to be that's 6. That's 9. Right there, halfway would be 1.5 because these are 3 meter long. So we're at 7.5, and we move in 10 millimeter or 10 centimeter increments. So 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, 7.9, 8, 8182. That's how big that thing needs to... Whoa. Yeah. Maybe the maybe the Mark III is not 6.2. Maybe it's... Maybe it's not 60% scale. It may be 6.2. 62% scale. No, it is 60. That's right. That's absolutely right. It's 60% scale. I had that right from PorkJet when he made it. That's 8.1, 8 meters. That's an 8 meter long truss segment right there. Oh dear. Wow. Okay. Because if we had done Shuttle Centaur, we'd already be back in the moon, Blue. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, dude. It's just really annoying. Alright, so I'm going to take a couple of scaling liberties here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll make it 5 flags long, so... Okay. Let me just mark it. Get out of here. I'm just going to turn that so you don't see fighting, because it's annoying. Alright, so... That's like a 7.8 meter long thing here, so... If the math checks out here, this should go to like 21. Well, 14.7 is because it's closer to 15, should go to 22. 7. So that's 7.4 meter. .2 tall. We should basically go double. It should be about 15 tall if I move that right there. Yep, height 15. So 7.4 to 15 means 7.4. Yeah, 7.4. Perfect. Excellent. Very good. So that's how long our truss segments need to be right there. That's the marker for them. So my truss segments weren't exactly the right length here. So let's get rid of the duplicated one here. And that's why it looked a little strange. One more flag's worth, for the most part. That gives us some Z fighting flags, but, you know, we get a little bit of a texture break up here, because I should be able to do this, right? And we should be able to do something like this. The reason why I just didn't add another girder segment in there is because I didn't really want to. We don't need to. And this makes it so that docking port, if you grandparent strut it, it's going to be grandparent strutted to that I-beam. That girder segment. That girder segment will be strutted to there. That keeps the main hierarchy chain very, very, very short. 6 degrees of separation between the technical front and back of these truss segments, which is good. That's what we want. CTS5 station truss length 7.4 meter long measuring stick. Put that in my editor tools subassembly. Do we add alignment hardware to be yarged off later? If it's physics-less parts, JSpeed, we don't necessarily need to yarg it off later. But yeah, I mean, so okay, they're talking about diameter here. I'm going to assume that diameter, 4.6 meter diameter, means basically from here to like that point right there. Or the diameter is basically what I'm going to show you with the I-beam. Right there. So from here to there and there to there. Or basically from the top to the bottom. Because it's not radius, right? So let's think about this for a second. 4.6 times 0.60. 2.76 meter diameter. Well, that's 2.5. Interestingly enough, 2.76 is basically what that is. That's your diameter. That's the diameter that it needs to be. So, you know what we'll do? I'll go back into subassemblies and I'll get a station module, and that's, there you go. There's your diameter. Oh boy. This could get a little wonky with the flags, huh? Unless I put like an I-beam up here or something. But that's going to add parts. Welcome to Fun with Flags with your host, EJ. Hey! Let me see if this looks right, though. And then if we do that radiator thing that I was talking about, see, that makes more sense because now the radiators fit. And that open space that I left there means that we could actually rotate the radiators like that, which is actually pretty cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Sevi, tier 2, 76-month resub. Thanks, man. What do you think, dudes? That's definitely looking the part. Yeah, that's definitely looking more in line. So what I wanted to do, so we were talking about making the dog bone module. What I'm thinking might be a better way to do would be to have 2 attachment positions for the tandem modules. So have one basically right there, right? And then if I get another one of my prototype long modules out here, have another one right here. Are you counting the days to KSP 2? Yeah. Yes, I am. Absolutely. And then whatever 6-axis node module we come up with here. See, yeah, that's going to be a little strange because we're going to need to figure out a joiner piece, but... So how many days until KSP 2? I'm counting down the days in spirit. In spirit. $86 days. Thanks, Lochu. What is this, Thomas? A little bit of space humor? The moment when you tell a lunar module that it ain't coming back to Earth. I'm telling you, the lunar module is basically an aluminum balloon. That's it. Look at all the structure on this cart just to hold this thing. It can't stay up by itself on Earth. The descent module would collapse under its own weight. Ah! Yeah, see, so if we go from there to there and there to there, that's gonna be okay. But yeah, JSpeed, we're gonna have to. I have to rethink my core nodes. We have to rethink how they're gonna be made a little bit because of that problem. Now, don't get me wrong. This doesn't need to be a docking port. A good way to do this would be to have a core node here, and these core. I mean, I suppose those core nodes could have a docking port. It doesn't really matter. But a good way to do this would be to dock core node to truss, module to core node, module to core node, module to core node, module to core node, right? And then have another set of core nodes up here that tie the whole thing in together. And then another set back here and tie that all together back there. Or we could just tie it together on one side. Do you think you'll conquer the solar system by KSP's release? That's what I'm aiming to do. That's why I'm sitting here, and we're going to design everything so we can just play. No launch pads. This is all space construction stuff, man. But we got to rethink our 6-axis nodes because our berthing mechanism doesn't work very well. When will we begin to launch the space station into orbit? Liam, I'm trying to get the space station basically figured out this week. I'm trying to get it this week so we can start actually flying stuff next week. Keep in mind, we're not just going to build the space station. It's not just building the space station. I also really, really want to get my Centaur G stage figured out, and I want to get a Kerbal rated transfer vehicle figured out. So, you know, we could do an assembly flight and then come back down and then do a flyby, a lunar flyby with our Kerbals, right? And then, you know, from there we need to get a lander figured out, etc., and then a refueling depot. But that, like, the lander, I know this is, it's kind of like you probably shouldn't do this. The lander, I'm sure I have an off-the-shelf component, like the RDM. We could launch the lander and just use my landers from past saves, because those work. They're really, really good. I'm really still happy with my reusable descent module, the RDM. The RDM, Moon Crane, something doesn't fit in the shuttle's payload bay, I'll just launch it on something else. But I'm pretty sure we can get close. If not, I can really, really easily fix a pre-existing lander design to do that. Or, the other thing I was thinking about is whatever our Centaur G stage is, we could just make that the lander. So how are you going to send the station to Lathe? This station is not designed to be sent to Lathe. Not the one that we're going to build in LKO, but as you asked the other day, I think this was you that asked that, my adapters. Why use same vessel collision for these adapters if you're using it for a space station? Well, these adapters and these modules have same vessel collision, so they can take pretty good compression load, meaning that you could assemble, trying to make it so you could assemble these modules into a transfer vehicle. That's the idea. No, it wasn't you. Yeah, okay, I don't think it was you. I think it was someone, and I think I'm getting the S's. My glossary of users named S. That's names that start with S. Did you update the RCS balls on the modules after the on-orbit testing session? No, I haven't. I'm just still using the prototype thing, but yeah, we still need to do that. That's why I labeled everything PT, because I knew we would need changes. Duckman, you got a picture? Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can bring this up. That isn't what they ended up doing, but that's really cool. That's really cool that they had functioning prototypes. Look at it. Look at how contrived. Oh, not contrived. Look at how... Man, the thing just folds out like a slinky. That's cool, man. Roll out truss arrays. That's cool, man. See, we got a, whatever our anchor modules here are. Yeah, okay. Gonna have to anchor it there. The gyro module. Yeah, we're just gonna have to do that 2 times in a row with the 2 different modules. Nice picture. Another really nice picture. Let's go back over here. I'm wondering on these Space Station Freedom animations if they had the, You find something, Thomas? Look at that thing, a beam builder. Unbelievable. Yeah, see, even on this space station, even on the Space Station Freedom design, they had a Z-axis truss segment, and it's kind of anchored forward and then bolted to these modules. I see. Yeah, see, look at all the cupola modules they have. That's really cool. Pull up. And see, yeah, their core nodes, the core nodes for the station modules are behind the truss segment. Okay. Okay. So this needs to be revised just a little bit. And it needs to be something just behind it. Cool. Once again, we have to redo our core nodes here, but I'm thinking a double Z1 truss segment, so basically have double station gyros here, or just make the gyro one module that bolts here and here, or that can dock there and there, and then, you know, JSpeed was talking to me about, you know, how would we, you know, if we have one module there, how are we going to bring the other module up and dock sideways and up at the same time? I don't know. I haven't figured that one out yet. We might have to go with a different, slightly different type of starting to look like a station. It's getting there. See, I don't know if, is the Z1 attached? I don't think it's attached to the truss. Yeah, see, Z1 is on the Node 1 airlock, and it doesn't seem like it's... The truss segment is mounted to the Destiny module. See that? Interesting. Okay. Wait, wasn't that the airlock in the emergency return capsule? What now? What now? That's a really awesome. Oh man, this station would be cool. Don't get me wrong, the ISS is awesome, but this is way cooler. Because it's more station, bigger station. We like more bigger station. Yeah, see, they have a connector piece right there between the two core nodes. See that? See that connector? That's what I'm looking for. How did they... Yeah, okay. How are we going to get docking port priorities assigned there correctly? That's going to be really difficult. We might have to fake it. More bigger. Yes. Yeah, I do mean... Yeah. More bigger. You mean bigger? Yes, more bigger per bigger. Can you build a space elevator in KSP? You can... The game really doesn't work that way, Slow Chief. Are you... So you're recreating the ISS with your own flare style? I'm out of the loop due to working. Pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. Now, I like this kind of prototyping for our truss structures. Let's see if we can get a little crazier. Are space elevators feasible in real life? It's possible. Slow Chief, Kerbal doesn't really... It doesn't... The game will break if you try to make one. You can't... Kerbal just doesn't know how to... You can... Don't get me wrong, you can fudge it. There are ways to do it. But Kerbal doesn't really understand how to render a vehicle that's like 120 kilometers long. It just doesn't... Kerbal just does... It wasn't built that way, dude. Now, in terms of a space elevator being feasible in real life, yes, it's possible. I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that. I think building rockets is a much easier way to do things. Building it on the moon would probably be a better idea, Huggy. But see, you guys got to remember, adding that big of a structure to a planet can screw that planet up. So for instance, if we built a space elevator, on Earth, the space elevator, first of all, would have to be 38,000 kilometers high. We can barely build something to 1 kilometer. It would have to be 38,000. Why? You need an anchor point in geostationary so the elevator stays taut. So basically, you need a vehicle up at a big counterweight up at the end of the elevator that's rotating in geosynchronous so the elevator stays straight. And that's because that thing needs to be... because now it's, you know, it's like if you have a rock on the end of a string or a yo-yo and you swing it around like this, that's going to put insane tensile load on your elevator. It's going to stretch. We haven't figured out a material that'll be able to take those tensile loads. That's why everybody that knows something like that's browsed the internet for 5 minutes about space elevators always goes to, oh, well, carbon nanotubes will do it. Yeah, but they don't know why. Carbon nanotubes theoretically can handle the tensile loads involved with building a space elevator. But there's still yeah, that's great. That's all fine and dandy. But there's still the whole, building the thing. How would we build that? What vehicle would we use to make it? A space shuttle? A space shuttle would be good at doing something like that, but we don't have that. Starship, maybe. But if you're going to build Starship, if you built Starship to build a space elevator, why not just use Starship to go further into space? Just a thought. That was my next thing, Metroid. A space elevator will cause climate change. I don't know what type of climate change it will cause, but it'll cause climate change by screwing with Earth's rotation. I don't think we should do that. And it'll screw with the moon's rotation, too. A structure that big will have gravitational perturbing effects. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Slow Chief, we'll get right on that. No, it'll mess it up down the road. Not our problem, but it'll mess it up. The Three Gorges Dam in China screws with Earth's orbit. Just a little bit. Enough that'll screw with your clocks. True story. Yeah, and also, what the heck are you going to anchor this space elevator to, Goalie? You're right. You need to level a mountain. Guys, you got to remember, Earth's surface is not... Honestly, the elevator, it would have to go to the mantle. And even then, the mantle ain't terra firma, you know what I'm saying? It's molten rock and dirt and fun and stuff. Like, that's not going to get you very far. Like... The tensile load, even if you had a material that could take it, would still this still wouldn't work very well. Like, it's possible. I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. It's definitely possible. You could do it. I've never understood the appeal for a space elevator. No, me neither. That's like trying to build a bridge from the United States to Europe. Why would you do that? Just use a container ship or fly. Like, and don't get me wrong, I'm all for the, do things because we freaking can. But that's just kind of dumb. Alright, I'm just really... I got the creative juices today. I got it from Korn, because it has those. And this does seem to be working how I'm thinking, how I'm imagining it, which is good. It's Korn!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Maykicks. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Thank you. It's Log from Lamo. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. And out here is where the solar panels would go. Just pretend there's another docking port there. Huh. What do you think? It's not bad. But I can't help but notice that our proportions might be a little bit off. Yeah, okay. So it seems like the upright parts of this The upright parts are in the center of these modules here, so we're going to need to do some modifications. But yeah, that's not that big of a deal. That does look pretty rad, though. I do like it. That's really cool. But we're going to dump it for a second. So, a better solution would probably be to do something like this. It looks like the dual keels actually pick up in the middle of this truss segment, which is actually good because that means I don't need a four-way piece right here. And that would actually really help us with optimization and part count. We're just going to have to make these segments extremely strong, but that's okay. Easy peasy. The thing is, though, with this segment right here, how are we going to do that? Because, I don't know. Like, the thing is, guys, it looks like they revised the truss segments a little bit. The truss segments did change. Because in all these dual keel renders, they're still the square truss segments. They're not the like hexagonal ones that the ISS eventually ended up having. The ISS, the truss segment is like it's a hexagonal piece. But it's trapezoidal for certain parts. Like, so. Well, look at this thing, Jim. Isn't that nice? Yeah, I think so, Bob. All right. What do you think, dudes? Maybe we could make. No, because we'd want the base system, the mobile base system, to be able to go up and then up, right? Like. Ship it. Wait. But then again, if we did something like this right here. So what is the point of making that large rectangular structure? Cody, they wanted to make this to do, well, they wanted to do a couple of different things. The whole dual keel truss segment idea came because they wanted to really exploit the shuttle's on-orbit capabilities. Long story short, the only reason why they didn't do it is because NASA budget cuts. But here, let's read. This is off Astronautics. So, the new dual kill station was largely based on Lockheed and McDonnell Douglas designs, and its structure was much stiffer and hence easier to stabilize. It would offer additional space for external instruments, plus a better microgravity environment than the previous gravity gradient stabilized power tower. The power tower was marked like the first design for Space Station Freedom. The number of crew members was increased to 8 astronauts because scientists were concerned that a crew of 6 would be too busy with assembly and maintenance tasks and have no time for research. Funny, that's exactly what happened. Anyway, NASA's target date for the launch of the first element was now January 1993, while the initial operational capability had slipped to January 1994, mainly because the fiscal 1986 budget was reduced from $280 million to just $200 million. 11 shuttle flights would be required for initial assembly. Officially, the estimated cost of the station had only increased by $400 million, but there were concerns that NASA was once again hiding the true cost of the larger, more complicated dual-keel design. NASA struggled to define a dual-keel design that met all the various cost, engineering, safety, launch, and user requirements. By the time Phase B1 ended in March 1986, the size of the truss structure elements had increased from 3 by 3 meters to 5 by 5 meters for additional strength and stiffness. Another early 1986 modification involved the power system, which was upgraded to an 87.5 kilowatt which was upgraded to 87.5 kilowatts. By the end of Phase B1 in March 1986, NASA had settled for a hybrid system consisting of a 37.5 kilowatt photovoltaic array and a 50 kilowatt solar thermodynamic generator. Ah, that's what those hexagonal things were that Geeson was asking about. Those things right there. See those? The number of American crew modules was also reduced from 4 to 2, while European and Japanese laboratories were incorporated into the design for the first time ever. The habitable volume remained the same, though, since the length of the US module was increased to 13.3 meters. That's how long the Destiny module is. Nice. NASA Space Station Office submitted its recommended final baseline in May 1986 as the Phase CD of design started. The number of instrument mounting points was reduced to 5, down from an earlier projection of 9. One of the 2 bays for satellite servicing was also deleted. Yeah, the dual keel, they wanted to put satellite servicing bays up on the keels up there, so the shuttle could bring a satellite in, they could put it inside of the servicing bay, and then send, work on the satellite, upgrade it, or bring it back, leave it there and have it wait on a shuttle going to the station. According to the May 86 Space Station assembly sequence, the first element would be launched in January 1993. The station would support man-tended operations after the 6th shuttle assembly mission in August of 93 and be ready for permanent occupation after the 9th mission in January 1994. The initial operating capability would be achieved after 21 flights, twice as many as the 1984 estimate. By the time of the dual-kill space station's final flight sequence overview in October of 1986, NASA had to insert an additional 8 shuttle flights into the manifest. By this time, increased complexity and shuttle payload capability reductions had increased the required number of assembly flights to more than 30 for an initial operating capability versus 8 to 10 in 1984. Yikes. NASA's new space station design was criticized in a widely publicized astronaut office briefing by shuttle astronaut Gordon Fullerton. The dual-kill design was found to provide poor access for maintenance. Visibility from habitable areas was obstructed, and there was no provision for internal vehicle hands-on access to EVA equipment. No crew escape vehicle had been added, although a small fleet plus lower than hoped for flight rates means astronauts could not be rescued easily by a shuttle. The Canadian manipulator was regarded as insufficient for building and maintaining such a complicated station. Fullerton also criticized excessive EVA spacewalk requirements, including a long and complicated assembly sequence. Basic structure, wire runs, and plumbing are not easily designed for replacement and repair. EVA crew time, even for planned maintenance, was excessive. Correction of the design errors may not be possible. Unplanned failures may not be fixable at all. Yikes. McDonnell Douglas redesigned dual-kill crew modules this period and introduced separate node modules or docking ports, which also accommodated many systems that would not have fit inside the original power tower. NASA was still planning to contribute 2 laboratory modules plus 2 HAB modules in late 1985. I'm just going to scroll down a little bit. The space station was briefly suspended by a major row in the summer of '86 when NASA tried to reassign some habitation module responsibilities from the Johnson Space Center to the Marshall Space Flight Center. A compromise was reached in September 1986, but it was yet another indication of the station's Byzantine management structure and turf battles between NASA centers. Congress still approved the project's $420 million fiscal 1987 budget while imposing a number of restrictions. Power levels of at least 37.5 kilowatts, fully outfit the microgravity lab by the 6th assembly flight, attach useful science payload by the 3rd flight, launch all U.S. elements before the foreign modules, and restrict ESA's Columbus modules to life sciences. The congressional requirements would easily have forced NASA to change the station along the lines of a new proposal, which then surprisingly emerged from JSC. NASA had previously testified to Congress that no station funds were being spent on alternative design studies. Using funding earmarked for alternative assembly sequence research, the Johnson Space Center nonetheless ordered its main contractor, Rockwell and McDonnell Douglas, to examine a smaller, more compact configuration while keeping NASA headquarters in the dark about it. This caused additional confusion about who was really in charge of the project. NASA headquarters or Cell 4 door. Hey, I need your help. I'm searching for a blueprint of Voyager probes to build it by my own out of matches. Cool. So you have any advice for where I can find it? Yeah, sure. So I'm not going to find the exact file, and it might be in here, it might not be in here. You want to go to ntrs.nasa.gov. This is the technical reports server. You want to know where people find out information like what I'm reading about here? Go on the technical reports server and find a PDF. There's got to be goals of the Voyager program. Let's check this out. Hey Maverick, thanks for the bits. What's up? Nothing. What's up with you? So, Cell, just go search around. There's PDFs in here, and there's miles of them. Because PDFs are measured in distance, right? Obviously. Left SRB didn't know what the right SRB was doing. Hey, what's up, Tech? See, this one's still loading. This is like a 1,000-page PDF here or something. I'm sure, or 300. I'm sure there's something in here that you can find with a diagram or something. You just got to go digging on NTRS. I learned so much from the technical reports server. It's unbelievable. See, there's all kinds of, you'll find the pictures, they're there. That's not Voyager though, but it's around, dude. Yeah, use NTRS. Unbelievable. That is an unbelievable resource. If you pay tax dollars, go to NTRS. Heck, if you even don't, it's all public domain. You guys can check it anywhere. Oh, you made my week, not only my day. JPL doesn't answer my request mail. I think they're a little busy with Artemis at the moment. Maybe. NASA's first detailed cost assessment in February 1987 revealed the dual-keel space station would cost at least $14.5 billion in 1984 dollars, or $21 billion in current year dollars. Imagine, $21 billion in current year. This caused a political uproar in Congress, where many politicians had started to express doubt about the project. However, NASA and the Reagan administration officials reached a compromise in March of 1987, which allowed the agency to proceed with a cheaper $12.2 billion Phase 1 station. This design initially omitted the $3.4 billion dual-keel structure and half of the power generators, and it was dubbed Freedom. Still confused on how such a large structure would help. Why not have payload attachment points on the body of the station? So, what they wanted to do, I thought it would be in there, but it turns out that this would just be really, really difficult to freaking maintain. What they wanted to do, so the arm could actually slide around on, the robotic arm could slide around on these tracks on basically a little train. And you could have the arms here and here, and you have basically a space dry dock here to assemble a vehicle. And then they could mount science experiments up here and put satellite servicing bays up here. Cody, to be honest with you, you could probably get away with that with the baseline system here. But the baseline system, so something like what the ISS has, is, I mean, you could see where the dual keels would have attached in the ISS's design. It's definitely basically like right here, and it would have gone up and over. and would have come down right here. So they would have been attached right there, where a bunch of payloads are attached, a bunch of shuttle pallets, right? It would have been basically an orbital dry dock, and then you would have been able to oversee from up here. You would have been able to look down and assemble the vehicle. Yeah. It's interesting. I actually learned something. I did not realize that Gordon Fullerton hated it. I didn't realize that. But what they wanted to do is basically start building out a space station to learn how to live and work and construct stuff in space. You know, like, it's interesting that you look at that PDF and you say, oh, it's going to be too expensive. It's going to be too expensive. It's going to be too expensive. Is it though? Is it going to be too... Like, my argument there is that NASA isn't there to make money. You know what I mean? Your investment... The investment is always going to net you more capability, but it's interesting that Gordon Fullerton basically said that this was going to be nigh impossible to maintain. And Cody, I will admit that I've always kind of had some suspicions about how do you get to the satellite servicing bay? Do astronauts need the EVA up there? Because if that's the case, literally half of the EVA time would be just getting there, let alone doing the work on the satellite. You know what I mean? No transfer vehicle. They would have basically rode around on the train. The ISS has a little train on it. That is something that did end up going into the ISS project. See that thing right there? That thing is it's a little electric locomotive, like a model train. It's an electric locomotive. And see those two flat pieces right there on either side? Those are flat cars. You can attach stuff to it, and astronauts can ride on this and go whoop, whoop. They can go back and forth. And you could literally see in this where the dual keel was supposed to attach. The dual keels would have been attached here and here on these hollow truss segments. Interesting, right? Why is the ISS getting new solar arrays? Because they're more efficient and generate more power? And you can use the ISS as a prototype? See, now I'm thinking, maybe I don't need to do the dual keel like that. Maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. Why was the dual keel plan canceled again? Well, we just read about it a second ago. Basically, it was criticized in a widely publicized astronaut office briefing by shuttle astronaut Gordon Fullerton. The dual keel design was found to provide poor access for maintenance. Basically, it's hard to maintain a station like that. What would they have been building in there? I have a PDF to show you exactly what they would be doing. It's right here. So they want to build transfer vehicles to get out to the moon. No, it's all good, Sal. They wanted to build a transfer vehicle. You know what I'm thinking now, guys? You know what I'm thinking? Just build half of the dual keel. I don't need the top part, right? Like, build half of it. And have Centaur attachment mechanisms. Maybe we just build half of it. We don't need, like, I'll put provisions just like what NASA did. I'll put provisions to build the rest if we really want to, but, oop, that's the desktop. That's actually not a bad idea. See, they needed a way for the arm to be able to get down under here. So when the shuttle comes up to the, like, just pretend this empty payload bay is the shuttle. When the shuttle comes up and docks, its payload is right here, right? Right? So they needed a way to be able to fish the payload out of here. So dual kill habitat Nadir. I don't know, passing. Because here, like now I'm like, because check this out. So say just pretend that these things represent our shuttles, okay? The dual kill design, and this is part of the reason why they had two rows of modules next to each other. The dual kill design with the shuttles, you could dock one like they did with the ISS, like this, right? But the whole idea was that you could have two shuttles at the station if you really wanted to. The shuttles could theoretically do that. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not entirely sure how that would have worked, but that was the idea. I don't think they ever fleshed it out enough to be able to do that way. We would need more space in between the modules. We would need that much space. Actually, no. It would have to be like that. Yowza. It is raining, yeah. You guys wanted the noise gate off so you could hear it. How would they have done that? You're getting the rain that I got this morning, yeah. Yeah. See, the interesting thing is, originally, I wanted to build a dual kill space station because I thought it's cool. I thought it was cool. You know, I wanted to build one because it's cool. It's a cool idea. I really like it. Now that we're really looking into it, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's why they didn't do that. Okay, that makes sense. Now I'm thinking like, oh yeah, okay. I see why they didn't do this. I see why they did not do that. That actually, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, how would you dock two shuttles like that? There's no way. There's no way they would fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. Oh, bring that back. We need that. It makes a lot more sense. Basically, long story short, Space Station, the dual kill design got thrashed on because it cost too much. It's like you want something more capable, it's going to cost more. That's why they switched to the baseline segment, which is what they have now. What are the options? The options are whatever hat I have next to me. Yeah, more capabilities, higher cost. I know, shocking revelation, right? Like, really, guys? So if we were going to do some dual kill action here, how would we do it? I mean, I don't really even have my truss segments figured out, but just give me a moment. It will dual kill. Whoa! Or it will be. Yes. I tell you what I'd want, man. I want 2 kills at the same time, man. Dang straight, we'd always wanted to do that. Get out of here. So what I'm really wondering right now is that if we do want to make this, the junction points right here, we could get those done. I can make them. But say if we wanted a robotic arm trolley, we wanted the mobile base system, which is basically the little train that runs back and forth. It's an electric locomotive that runs back and forth on the ISS truss segment to like go and maintain the solar panels and stuff if they need to. If we're gonna do that, how would we get the train to go from here to there? How would we do that? See, that looks a lot more correct. A robotic arm to move it around. Couldn't turn the corner. Yeah, Shutzy, it would have to be like omnidirectional. Either that or we could have little shuttles that move up and down on each one of these things, right? And then have the arm just go and grab one and then go up there and then it could grab another one, move left to right. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a train-style turntable? I think the easiest way, Theix, would be to monkey bar from shuttle to shuttle. You know what I mean? Like, I would have to have a shuttle here that goes up and down for the arm, and then another shuttle here, and then one that goes all the way across the whole thing, and then one that goes here, and then one that goes here. That's going to increase complexity. Use the arm. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying, Crashin. We could basically disconnect the trolley and move it somewhere else. Could you launch 2 at a time? Well, these are just kind of stand-ins. I think for structural purposes, I would want these ones to be more on the hexagonal side, but this is just kind of a visual representation. So you want shuttles so you could shuttle your shuttles. No, I want shuttles so I could shuttle the arms around. But the arms will be brought up in a shuttle. So the shuttle will bring up an arm that'll detach from the shuttle and attach to the station shuttle that could attach to another station shuttle. Why you make fancy Mark II parts, me boy? Because that looks like doo-doo compared to what I have. I mean, yeah, Mark II parts could work. You look like doo-doo. Hey, you made a terrible suggestion. Just admit it. Just admit it and move on. Plus, Mark II parts won't. Oh yeah, they will. They'll fit in. They could fit in the Mark III payload bay. Actually, 95. To be honest with you, I might make some of these out of Mark II parts. Doo-doo boy, me Bob. Actually, yeah, that might not be the worst idea. But yeah, this is... I mean, NASA ain't wrong with their analysis. This is going to be difficult to make. Less parts too. Most of these are physics-less 95. I'm not really too worried about it. Hi, by the way. It does look good, though. I do like it. But yeah, we'd need like a hexagonal base plate for these truss segments here. If they were to make a transfer vehicle, how would it have held the pieces in place while assembling it? So there would have been a... Cody, down here, they would have had an attachable piece that attached to the truss segment, and that would have had a base plate on it. See where that NASA bay is? It would have been an enclosed thing, and then at the bottom of the enclosure, basically behind the A and the S right there, they would have had something along the lines of this right here. See how they're attaching, see how these truss segments right here, the hexagonal pieces, see how they have shuttle pallets attached to them? Those shuttle pallets have a bunch of different science experiments on them. But see how they attach? Literally that. That's how they would have, that system right there is how they would have attached the buildings together. Like the payload bays. And then inside of that, they would have had a mount. Basically a mount for the stage. That would have looked something like... Please hold. It would have looked something like that. You know why? Because they made half of the transfer vehicle in the form of a Centaur G upper stage that was designed to go inside of the shuttle. See it right there? There's your mount piece. That would have been attached to the station, kind of like this. We almost got the transfer vehicle, guys. If Challenger didn't happen, they would have done it. They pulled out of the program. The DoD pulling out of the program in 1986. Basically getting cold feet at the first signs of trouble, which was really frigging annoying. Basically shelved Centaur G, and the shuttle used the IUS upper stage. It's a 2-stage solid, vacuum optimized solid for the rest of the program. It basically just neutered the shuttles, like... It basically killed any ideas of sending anything useful other than probes beyond low Earth orbit. The Centaur G... So, Cody, think about it. Think about the space shuttle, all right? Take the shuttle, picture it in your mind. The shuttle with a Centaur G upper stage in it, a dual-engine Centaur. A dual-engine Centaur G Prime is roughly about the same amount of delta V that the ICPS has on SLS. So think about if they made some kind of transfer vehicle. Some type of transfer vehicle. Or just made an Orion capsule and just modified Orion to be able to fit inside of the shuttle's payload bay. So the shuttle goes up there, brings an Orion up, leaves the Orion in low Earth orbit, or leaves it at your space station. Go figure. You can dock to the space station, and then the shuttle will bring up a Centaur, right? And then the shuttle takes the Centaur out, it deploys it, and then you undock the Orion capsule, and you attach it to the Centaur. And then you have SLS Block 1B. Or SLS Block 1. Basically with 2 shuttle launches. And your capsule and your launch vehicle are pretty damn reusable. No core stage expenditure. You recover your SRBs. And if you really know what you're doing, you could get your upper stage back. What do you think of the Mega Cupola? The Mega Cupola. Looks like a bug eye, dude. Would they have put some sort of crew module for moon missions? That was the idea, Cody. What they eventually wanted to do was basically take a space station module. So something analogous to one of these modules here. One of the nodes, like the US Destiny Laboratory, or Kibo. See that right there? They wanted to take something like that, and what they wanted to do was attach that to a Centaur G. They wanted to attach that to the front of this. And that's what that satellite servicing bay that I keep telling you about, satellite servicing bay and transfer vehicle servicing bay is for. And that would have enabled you lunar access with the shuttle. You could they could have done a flyby with it. And if your ISS module transfer vehicle thingamajigger has a heat shield on it, or just make it an Orion, right? then you literally have SLS's architecture and SLS's capability with the shuttle. You don't need to change your launch vehicle. This is what they wanted to do with the shuttle in the 80s. That's why this space station was so ridiculously complicated, because the dual-keel version of Space Station Freedom was really designed to support not only low Earth orbit science operations, but basically be a hub for and a stepping stone for lunar operations. Think of, instead of having Gateway, right? You have Space Station Freedom and the space shuttle working together. And instead of stopping at Gateway out by the moon, you stop here first and then go to the moon. And you could do something, you could do some LOR style architecture from there, Lunar Orbit Rendezvous, which is basically what we're doing. So basically, shuttle launches. One shuttle launches, it has the upper stage in it. Another shuttle launches, it has the lander, a lunar lander. That gets sent out to the moon, right? And then you bring up your Orion capsule, or something like it, or a transfer vehicle, whatever you want to call it, and then bring up another Centaur G. So 4 shuttle launches. You could easily do this type of mission in a month, with the shuttle launching once a week, which is what they planned on doing, which could have been done. They just didn't. It was too expensive. We killed people. Don't get me wrong, killing people is wrong. I'm not trying to undermine the disaster on January 28th, 1986. I'm not trying to do that. This is where you could have gone, though, with this. So you have 4 shuttle launches, 1 shuttle launching a week. You launch 2 Centaur Gs. You launch 1 lander and an Orion capsule, right? The Centaur G with the Orion goes out there and joins up with the Centaur G and the lander that are circularized around the moon. The Orion capsule circularizes with it. They dock the lander and the Orion capsule together, and then you do an Apollo mission from there. Would the Centaur have the Delta V to rendezvous back with the station after going to the moon? If it launched a small enough payload, Cody, it could free return and recircularize? Sure. Yeah. Centaurs have amazing amounts of Delta Vs. The Centaurs are like 98% fuel. Actually, it's even higher than that. Those walls on that Centaur right there are just a little bit thicker than the walls on this ChromaCan. Seriously. Oh yeah. Centaur is a metal balloon. That's why those stainless steel tanks on Centaur stages are called balloon tanks. They pressurize for structure, just like this thing is strong if it's pressurized, it's really strong. And then Cody, eventually, they would expend a couple of Centaurs here and there, but eventually what they wanted to do was get the Centaurs back. Bring the Centaurs back, either via a heat shield, which is what I learned today in this operations book right here. And this is why NTRS is so damn good. I saw it. Look. They wanted to make some type of fully cryogenic stage with an inflatable heat shield down the bottom. So you could aero brake Earth coming back, so you could save Delta V. I'm going to build that. Yeah, we'll build something like this. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. Yeah, that way we don't need to build a capsule. We'll build something like that. Or I'll just engineer the stages to have enough Delta V to get up there and back. Would there have been a need to have Freedom to be in an orbit higher than the ISS to reduce the number of boost burns? I'm not sure what Space Station Freedom's orbital altitude would have been. It would have been circular, and I know it would have been at 27.5 degrees inclined instead of 51.6 like the ISS. Because you say they wanted to put something like a station module, which doesn't have a heat shield, so it would have had to go back to the station. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's alright. Why use Centaur when you can use Nerva? RJ, the shuttle program, had they ever gotten to that point was going to switch off of chemical tugs and switch to nuclear transfer vehicles for better Delta V. That was going to happen. Or at least that was planned. So when the shuttle was first proposed, that was planned and then scrapped, and so was Centaur. And then they brought Centaur G back when the shuttle got back to operational. So they were going to go Centaur, and they would have gone back. They would have gone to a nuclear engine eventually instead for the performance, for the higher energy lower energy transfers, but higher Delta V. Yeah, they didn't do it. Yeah, they didn't do it. I'm telling you, the shuttle architecture is amazing. It's amazing, and we basically only did like maybe 50% of what a shuttle was really designed to do. The shuttle could build stations, but that's not all the shuttle could do. The shuttle could do a lot of other things. Is it embarrassing that I have built my legitimate full-size space station with my over 2,000... It is embarrassing that I haven't built a legitimate full-size space station with my over 2,000 hours in KSP. Did we figure out the desired core module? Not yet, Loopy, but I'm making some progress. I decided to go and mess with the truss segments to better figure this out. And I do have a pretty good idea for the truss segments, using flags with the Space Shuttle payload bay texture on there. I think that's cool. What we're discussing right now is a way to implement the dual keel system. But, yeah, that's going to take a second. But, yeah, that's what I have right now. I haven't really fleshed out all of the truss segment, but Loopy, what I was thinking is, so see that docking port connection right there? See how it's not highlighting anything because it's fake. All right. I was thinking my S0 truss segment, so my center segment, right, could have a docking port downward here, and then a docking port downward here. And then where the Destiny module and with a HAB module we're supposed to go on Space Station Freedom, we just dock to there. And then our re-engineered multi-axis node here could have a twin Z1 truss segment. Twin Z1 right here, could attach the two core nodes together, and then we could have double docking ports back here to attach Z1 to there if we wanted to do that. We could. I didn't know Centaur had the Delta V to get out to the moon and circularize back around Earth with something that size. Well, Cody, it really depends on what you're doing with Centaur. It really depends. If you launch smaller payloads with Centaur, yeah, of course it has the Delta V to do it. And because you're basically launching glorified station modules, your modules are way lighter. Station modules don't weigh that much. So, does Centaur have 4-ton TLI? 4-ton, 5-ton, 6-ton TLI? Yeah, sure. Centaur's Delta V is very similar to the ICPS that flies on SLS in terms of Delta V. Actually, the Centaur has more thrust than that too, so you could handle sending bigger stuff out there, like a 10-ton module. Sure. 10 tons TLI, easy peasy for a Centaur. Yeah, it could send that out there, turn around, and come back. Yeah, absolutely. Sure. For the Centaur G, not Centaur 3, not the one that flies on Atlas. It doesn't have enough fuel. Guys, I'm going to take a restroom break real quick. The raining noise, man, I'm telling you. But yeah, Loopy, I was thinking twin Z1s to hold this all together, and then double docks here for these modules, and then have the other modules hanging off the back. And then what we could really do, if we really wanted to secure this hard, right? Figure out a way, like, put a dog bone style module in there, right? And then the twin Z1 truss segments will tie this whole thing together. That's what I was thinking. I do like the dog bone idea. I might have to take some liberties and make my own custom style module there that just looks like core nodes, you know what I'm saying? Imagine multiple Centaur Gs last together for more capability. I'm not sure if a Centaur would be able to take the lateral loads there, Aqualux, but yeah, it'd be cool. Alright, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check and see how much it's raining outside. it is very much raining outside. It is very much raining. Yep. Just thought I'd let you know. It is, yeah, it's raining. Yep. It's raining. Yeah, just thought I'd let you go. Just thought I'd let you know. How's the new house? Amazing, sup. Having your own place is nuts. Like having your own property, unbelievable. It's so, like, dude, yeah. It's as awesome as it sounds. It's raining both sides. 30C and sunny here. Murdoch, it's, what's the temperature outside? 56. It's 56 outside? That's warm. 56 Fahrenheit. So 56 Murdoch is not negative 30C, that's for sure. Like 15 C and raining. It's not bad. There you go. Next, thank you. Anyway, all right. I meant more of like an attached common structure, like a stripped down version of the dog bone you're talking about. Okay, what's the context, Aqualux? Oh, yeah, okay. I hear you. Multiple Centaur G, yeah. Did you bless the rains? No, I'm not on the right continent for that. Noticing all the jank stuff. As soon as I got into mine, I noticed small things all over the place. Always make me laugh. It's mine to pay for 30 years. Ours isn't too bad, sup. There are things here and there. But yeah. If you wanted to tie things back in structurally down the keel to either side, you need to develop a dog bone type thing anyway. Oh, so, yikes. Yeah, it's not hail. It's not warm enough. Or it's not cold enough. It is a very nice sound. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, the garage has a metal roof. Yep. It's a steel roof, Jack. Yeah. All right. Anyway, enjoy the rain sounds. Link that I posted. Okay. I'll bring that up on my research. Hey, I mean, hi. Cool. Yeah, see, Aqualux. That's what I'm thinking. We could take the upper stages and we could make them into landers. We just have a bunch of abridged ones. Yeah, there's your little crew module. See, Cody, see what I'm talking about here? The transfer module I said it would be like a station module, but it wouldn't be too crazy. It would be something small like that. See what I mean? You have that and you have a lander, right? They wouldn't be big, right? These would join together. And like so these would find each other in lunar orbit. Now, don't get me wrong, that's a descent module. So you could send up a HAB module that looks like, or a transfer module that looks like this, and then send up another one that's basically a descent module for a stage, and you could do that too. Like, that's what I kind of want to do. make two versions of this. One is the transfer module, and the other one is the descent or ascent module for the moon. Or we could just go single stage lunar lander and not have to worry about that ever, which is kind of what I want to do as well. I think that would be a good idea. Single stage might be a little bit on the difficult side, but you got to remember, with our shuttle-derived launch vehicle, we can pretty much do whatever we want. Okay, so fellas, I kind of like what we're doing here, but yeah, I want to. Let's do this. That's a lot of rain, man. So what I'm gonna do is take this truss segment. We're gonna remove that, and we're gonna give it. I'm gonna basically make this a subassembly as a let's see, CTS5 prototype truss segment. Rough truss segment design. Okay. Was there not a conference today? It should be happening in a little bit. Interesting. With a crossfeed system, huh? Neat. How's this for a payload bay? It's good. It's a lot of header tank. So let's start with making the centerpiece here. They even have plans on how to do multi-stage vehicles. Oh, damn. Imagine supporting something like that with VentureStar Aqualux. Man, that would have been really smart. All right, so the next thing that I wanted to do here is for the next segment, I wanted to figure out what we would need to do to make the hexagonal truss pieces. So we have a trapezoidal piece, and then we need the hexagonal pieces. So not that one. Go to these pictures of the ISS. Where are they? Oh, I clicked out of it. You're supposed to click on it, idiot. Those ones right there. I'd give Squad $100 right now for a stop collapsing all fairings mouse over button. I agree with you. And nice station, by the way. I am, Ren. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what this module is for, but we need a smaller version of this for the end truss segments where the solar panels attach. See? We need that. Is it raining? You could say that. You like it? You like it better than the AC hum? Dogs and cats living together. All right, so how am I gonna do this? So we have. Let's work on our centerpiece. This is we want the S0 truss segment. So that one right there. See the one that has all the struts that go to the Destiny module? That's what we need. And we also need to figure out a way to make the train on it as well. So I'm gonna get rid of this here. That was just for representation. So we're at 33 parts. How many parts is this right now? So 18 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. These parts, these truss segments, I really don't want to get more than, like, they really can't be too much. You know what I mean? It can't be a lot. I don't want it to be a lot of parts. Like, let's just do some rough math. If each one of these is like 50 parts, we have 3 of them here. So that's 150 parts just for the baseline. And then there's the end piece, and then there's the solar panel module. So like at 50 parts per module, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 450 parts for the truss segment. I really don't want that. So 50 is not really what we want. Especially if we're doing dual kill. We do not want that. So we're at 18 right now. It really can't be much more than this. I thought I had a noise gate so the rain wouldn't come through. I thought you had a noise gate. I disabled it. Because people wanted to hear the rain. I could turn it back on if you want. But people like the rain noise, so I'm just gonna leave it. Kuro, I can go up to about 2,000 parts before the game really starts having problems. Before it really starts to get like crazy unbearable. I don't want to get near that though, because you gotta think about it. We're gonna have the station. And then I want stuff to be at the station. We need refueling vehicles. We need stages. We need shuttles. The shuttle's 500 parts. The tile thermal protection system, man. It's 500. The shuttle's 500 parts. And then with the arm, it's even more. You know, actually, I think it's 500 with the arm. So, do we want a 1,000-part station with a 500-part shuttle? Nah, I really don't want the station to get over 1,000 parts. The problem now that we face is building a dual keel space station. Building that for under 1,000 parts in Kerbal the way I want to build it could get complicated. It's really raining out. This is like Florida. We've entered Florida rain territory. Oh my goodness.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yep, the Cape Cod is getting railed with rain right now. Like bad. Jeez. Luckily, it's just rain. That's a big storm cell. Jeez. I don't even know if that's what it's called. Yikes. We are under a wind advisory, that's why the rain is so bad. I don't know, Tin. Where did this storm come from? I didn't say anything about it. Have you seen this new KSP tweet? That's rain, midget. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, go look at the weather for southeast Massachusetts, like down on Cape Cod. We are getting absolutely thrashed with rain, and it's gonna be like this for a little while. So, if it gets to be too much, guys, let me know. Also, that tweet is just all right. How strong is the roof? It's made out of steel. How strong is the roof? The visibility like outside? It's pretty froggy out there. Center truss dudes. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna make this truss segment with the attachment, with an attachment mechanism that I'm gonna work on the attachment mechanism that goes to the modules, and then from there, what we'll do from there, we can extrapolate how like the dimensions for a new multi-core module for the core nodes and how they're going to go together. I don't know, Aqualux. Yeah, let's I was thinking about having shuttles that go dedicated vertical and dedicated horizontal. I was thinking about that. I think you weren't here, but yeah, I was thinking that might be a good idea. So that one is centered over that X right there. Electron is now on the 9th, okay? Yeah, Make, I think so. It doesn't screw me over. You don't screw me over and scrub it again. So the docking ports for these are going to need to be down here somewhere. I prefer to put it on the center line of that hierarchy piece. So right there could be what we're looking for. And then we could put an alignment mechanism on either side, and then I could have dedicated spots for Kerbals to EVA out here and strut stuff, which would actually be pretty cool. Now I'm going to need a 625 fan shroud here. Actually, if this thing is going to fit inside of the shuttle's payload bay, you know what? I got to check something. Because this thing is going to have to roll like this in the shuttle's payload bay. Do we have enough space down there? Yeah, we do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got plenty of space. Oh yeah, we got space for days. This is because that's basically the maximum allowable space inside of that payload bay. So having those there is not going to be that big of an issue. So, and if I grandparent strut that, that'll grandparent strut us back to the I-beams, or the girder segments, which makes this thing really, really strong. It's actually hexagonal, Jim, and yeah, that is what it looks like. Yeah. It's trapezoidal, but it's hexagonal out on the ends. That's something I actually learned today. It's trapezoidal here, and then it goes to hexagonal once you get out to the solar panel arrays. It's a really interesting optical illusion. So, certain components that are out on the end, yeah, look like... look like that. Where do you intend to put this station? Droid, this station is going to go into low Kerbal orbit. It's just going to be an LKO station, but it's going to be a refueling depot, science depot, construction facility. It's basically going to be the hub in low Kerbal orbit to go anywhere else. I'll build bigger vehicles in here at the station to go further. That makes sense? And I'm going to use my space shuttle to build all of it. That's why I have these, if you look down at the bottom here, I have these guide pieces. These guide pieces right here are basically, well, this inner one right here, that strut and that strut and that strut are basically dimensions for these space station modules. But this outside one right here that I'm highlighting is my payload bay, the shuttle's payload bay dimensions. I'm trying to do the same in low lunar orbit. Cool. Fuel Depot, Science Depot, ding 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 ding, Home Depot. I just find the Delta V to go Kerbal to Interstellar versus Moon Interstellar. I just find the Delta V to go Kerbal to Interstellar versus Moon to Interstellar to be worth it. If you're mining fuel out on the moon, droid, yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, sure. All right. So I might need to go and remake the, for hierarchy purposes, I might need to go and remake this center truss in a slightly different fashion. It's not, no, it's not hail, it's really heavy rain, Tessa, believe it or not. Okay, that's gonna work, but I need to make this thing in a slightly different way. So what I'm gonna do is take this piece. So the way this is set up hierarchically is kind of, it's built from left to right on your screen, and that's not what I need. In order for me to take full advantage of like grandparent strutting and stuff, and like symmetrical grandparent strutting, I need to build this. This truss needs the root part in the center, and then we need to build out. So that means this thing is going to need some type of yeah, it's going to need some type of system here in the center. Alright, I don't need that one anymore. All right, I see how I want to do this. So okay, so here's where I'm going a little weird with this. These things have to ride in the payload bay with these these sides facing down. That's how they did it on the real shuttle. Now, don't get me wrong. We're not just here to emulate the shuttle completely, but see, that's the S2 truss segment, or P1 truss segment. Excuse me. It says P1 up there. So it rode with the trapezoid kind of facing down inside of the payload bay. So I'm going to need to dock. How I dock my payloads is I dock them to the bottom of the payload bay. So if we put a docking port right here on this truss segment piece, right, it'll dock in the payload bay really, really nicely. But if we're going to build like the mobile base system, we're going to build the train and everything that we want to build, then we might have a little bit of an issue. It's not gonna clear correctly. Yeah, Jim, take a look. See, the radiators are what take up the other half of it, so to speak. And then the S0 center segment is, yeah, it's trapezoidal because the Z1 truss segment is in the way. See? Well, it's not really in the way. I don't know why they chose to make that one like that, but I'm sure there was a good reason. Probably because they didn't have to. Can the Kerbals remove the docking port? They could, Shadowman, yeah. I'd just say have the Kerbals do it as part of the mission then. And see, yeah, you guys are right. That seems like the right move. But that's the root part. Has anybody experimented with Kerbal EVA on removing the root part with EVA? I don't think you can. I'm pretty sure you can't, actually. The EVA construction will not allow you to remove the root part. It won't do it. And even if you could do it, using Kerbal construction and like screwing with the hierarchy like that does not seem like a good idea. Now, another thing that we could do, what I was thinking is, whatever mobile base system, whatever train track we build here, right? Say we build, I have a module over here and it's hydraulics, right? And the hydraulics like push all the way out here, right? You know, the rail system is going to have same vessel collision on it, but if that doesn't have same vessel collision, we could just phase right through the docking port. Or a big core module on the shuttle-derived launch vehicle. But it won't be if you launch the 2 hex nodes first. Jeez, could that be louder? It's loud through my damn headphones. I really gotta finish putting the rest of the office together. I gotta finish it so this doesn't happen. Loopy, I don't know. I don't want to do the. I like the dog bone idea, but it's. It's rain, freshman. Yeah, it's just rain. This truss segment is not going to be the first thing you launch in any case. You're launching the core pressure vessel, whether it's 1 or 2. Well, actually, you know, here, maybe this is where we're getting confused. Check this out. Space Station Freedom Assembly, this old video that we found. Take a look. They actually do make the truss segment first. They do the solar panel. They build the truss from left to right, which is very... What's the dog bone? It's kind of the slang term for a module that we... Like a core module that we're going to make for the station, Jim. Yeah, they build the whole thing left to right. See? Do that. But do I want the hierarchy of the station to go left to right like that? I don't think I want to do that. I don't think I want the root part of the station being over there either, because then grandparent part is going to favor one side of the station. See what I mean? It's like building the launch pads. I actually kind of want my root part to be in the center. I really, really want the root part to be in the center. Yeah, and I think the S0 truss segment would be a good place to do it, because that would favor the double modules as well, because the double modules, no matter how we attach them, even if we did like a dog bone or whatever, like if they're attached like that, and then there's another one over here, our modules back here would help us connect the whole thing together. That would actually reinforce the grandparent strutting and make the grandparent strutting stronger. But then again, with a dog bone like that, you... Interesting. So even if we had the dog bone here, and then I have S0 module coming off left, module coming off right, and then we tried to bring it back in here, having a dog bone there wouldn't really work, because one of them would be the primary and then they would be secondary. So it wouldn't tie the whole thing together. It would literally be an L shape, and then it's connected right there, and that would be my weak spot. I don't want that. I don't want that with the station. That's gonna break things. Well, it's not gonna break things. It's just not. That's not how I want it to be set up in my mind. And once again, I'm picturing the hierarchy in my head again. How goes the progress? Good, Rocket Guy. I got some good ideas here. We're just trying to flesh it out and get it right. I have a good idea for a truss segment here that I'm pretty sure you saw, and then I kind of was experimenting with how we would make the dual keels. Right now, I'm coming up with the logic for assembly missions to put them together correctly, to put this thing together right. And then we would need some type of alignment system there. Yeah, see, I want the truss segment to be over these modules and not over the core nodes, because that, like, once again, that's, none of these renders have that. And that's something I don't really want to compromise on. The truss segment is over the Destiny module. It's not over node 1. See, if you look at it from this cross, if you look at the cross section down here, there's node 1, and then the Quest airlock. The Z1 truss is on the top of node 1, and then the truss segment's actually, it's actually bolted to the Destiny module, and has a lateral strut that's connected to node 1 as well. See what I'm talking about? Yo, we got the LVSA staging footage. Okay. Yeah, Loopy, exactly. I think a fake docking port, if you split the dog bone in half, a fake docking port there would probably be right. Hold on, can I back this up a little bit? Shroud, OSM Shroud jettison, LAS jettison. Oh. Watch this live, dudes. Snoopy! Ah, see, they do use time zoom. That's literally the only... Thomas, I think this is the only known footage of what a separation of a Delta IV upper stage from anything looks like. Is it raining by any chance? It is pouring, dude. Look at that RL-10B. This next shot right here, the one that's sped up, not this one, this one, coming up here in a second. Oh, that's a real picture. Ah, no, that's so good. I don't care if it's sped up, dude. It's so cool. This one. Oh, 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 I don't hate that. Oh, that's cool. That's okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna save that one for. Yeah. Okay. Dude, if they use a carbon composite upper stage, I think this thing would have so much more usability. Carbon composite EUS Bandit, that puts it in line with Ares 5. Yeah. So you do something like that, SLS can move like a full lander and Orion out to the moon easily. Easily. Yeah, it looks right to me, Thomas. Definitely a hands moment, yeah. Makes you feel like rocket stars, yeah. It makes you feel like rocket stars, Gene. You gonna save that one for a rainy day? The train's already left the station. Yeah, I guess you're right, huh? See, what I would like to do is have an alignment mechanism here, like what I have right here, and then put panels or something in spots where I want the Kerbals to run struts, so they'll like EVA out here, and they can crawl around up here, and we can give them struts, and they'll, you know, like I'll have a flag or something that's like in a certain spot here, and that flag will just, you know, be a dark spot, and then we can attach the struts and stuff. I think that would be really freaking cool. Oh yeah, that's broken. That's right. The truss alignment for the junior ports can be a thermometer and antenna instead of a thermometer and RCS ball if we wanted it smaller, right? Yeah, Loopy, yes, it could. It could. But the reason why I like using the RCS balls so much is because it's a spherical collider. So because it's spherical going into the thermometers, it kind of gives you a little bit of a taper, right? It's like the probe and drogue with Apollo. Or like the SSVP with Soyuz. The front of it is hemispherical. The front of the probe and drogue on Soyuz is hemispherical to find the cup. You know what I mean? So that's why I like using them. The antenna will work, but you have to be damn freaking precise to get that right. You know what I mean? That actually would be better for a berthing mechanism. I'm sticking with what I got, but... Loopy, we did test these late last night, after we figured out Hakuto R got scrubbed. They have to be moved in one tick, but yeah, that's no problem. Easy fix. They have to be moved like this, but they gave us 0.2 degrees of deviation. So I just put up 2 of my Liberty modules, right? I separated one, and I put this docking port on them. I separated one and started spinning it around, and then I brought it back and docked them together, just to make sure I wasn't docking like quickly. And that, with docking, we were 0.2 off. With berthing, we'll be even more accurate. Yeah. With berthing, it'll be way more accurate. So, that's actually pretty good. I'm pretty happy about that. See, now I'm wondering, dudes. The second we pop this out of the shuttle's payload bay with the robotic arm, will the grapple point on this side become the root? Yeah. It's not just what Lupa said. If you did antenna and thermometer, you could attach them, mesh them against the docking port for a really low profile. Maybe swap out some of the flags for flags. What if you made the S0 and the 2 modules under it one big piece and launched it with a regular rocket? We were debating doing that, but I don't think we need to. Make that full hexagonal, huh? Is this the new Artemis footage, W? Yeah, it's pretty awesome. That sped up footage around the moon is so cool. Okay, fellas, I have another idea. I have another question in my mind. We could save part counts, right? Okay, so we could do all that loopy, making it hexagonal. That's a good idea. I like that idea. I got something though. Hear me out here. So what if we so Space Station Freedom was going to start with a solar panel segment. That solar panel segment would have had propulsion modules on it. Right, they would have been attachable like how the shuttle pallets are attachable on the truss segment. Same idea. It's actually the same mechanism. So they would have started by sending out a solar panel, right? And then another shuttle would have gotten near, and they would have attached the truss segment with the radiator. right? And then that would have had the twisty thing for the solar panel, would have had the twisty boy, right? And then they would have attached the center node. So the what would become the S0 truss segment. Now, what I'm okay, so I'm not sure if this is gonna work, so I'm gonna talk myself through it, okay? So, if we did that, how would we is it possible that we could make it so the S0 truss segment, so the center one, the one that I'm working on right now, it doesn't have to be the first module up there. It could be the second or third module up there, but end up making it the root part. So when we go to attach modules to it, the hierarchy doesn't favor one side. How would we do that? Is it possible? Can we do it? Can we do? I think we can. I think we can with vessel hierarchy. If we mark the outside truss segments as probes, and then when we bring up the S0 truss segment, if we have a probe core on it, or actually, no, we don't even need to have probe cores on the outer truss segments. It'll mark them as debris. And if I have a probe core on my S0 truss segment and I mark it as station, the only thing that's going to override the hierarchy there is if I attach a base component to it. We could mark it as a base component because base rules all. And that would give us the right hierarchy, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Jazos, we just watched it on stream. It's pretty rad, isn't it? Yeah, that's a good idea. I think that'll work. Also, these truss segments are just kind of a mock-up. I want to use these flags here because they're physics-less parts, but if we do solar panel array, right? Oh no. Oh, it's in the hierarchy. That's why it's broken. Okay. Yeah, I remember now. So we're gonna have to go like this. Kerbal. We could start with the, I'll just to make it look right for now. Start with the solar panel. Right? Solar panel arrays over there. And then we install this one. This component here will have a radiator module in it. These radiators will go right here. This is not like finalized design. We're doing a lot of theory crafting here, and this is the stuff that needs to get done to make these missions awesome. Okay, and then we need something like this. We need something like this right there, and then we need some type of component here. We need some type of component here to make the provisions for an upward keel. And the downward keel if we wanted to do that. Right? And then we could attach this piece, and this piece could have a station probe core on it, and that will make it so that's the root piece. Have you ever played Roblox? No, I haven't. I think we're going to have to do small scale assembly tests. Well, maybe, Luke? Yeah. I will say I've never had any issues with berthing so long as I assign the base to the module after berthing is complete. But I also haven't really had a way to verify hierarchy before and after. Hey Phoenix, what's going on? I'm gonna put a servo in here so it does that. I don't know why I don't really have a reason to make it do that, but also. Yibbity 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 yibbity. Bad end, it's the rain. It's raining a lot here. I've had a really bad time with solar panels on robotic parts. Might have been user error though. Okay, noted. All right, we're gonna have to mess with this. So let's think about this. So that we have the outside solar panel as probe, right? And then the up down truss segment as the starboard side keel, right? For the starboard side keel, those can be set as probes. It doesn't matter priority there. If I set S0 as a base module, what does that mission look like? So, okay, the first mission where we deploy the solar panel array, right? That's easy peasy. So we put that up there, let it go. Second mission we come up, we attach this. So, how does the shuttle dock to that? Yeah, how does the shuttle dock? Oh, there you go, Graves. Right on. How would it dock to it? Yeah, 2 shuttle arms would have to be the way to do it, Zombie. Right? That would have to be it. They'd have to grab the solar panel with one arm, grab the dual keel with the other arm out of the payload bay, and bring them together. Oh. My thought is center keel gets some basic logistics built in to be a basic core. First, second flight does a, with shuttle mission, was it where they pulled the module out, docked to it, and then docked the whole assembly to the station? STS-88. Yeah, that's not, yeah. Yeah, starting at this side and going that way. Yeah, no wonder they didn't do that. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. That gets super complicated super fast because you need a shuttle with 2 RMSs on it. But yeah, see, this was the notional plans. What they wanted to do is go left to right. So the shuttle would need to come up near this module. It would need to grapple that thing and then attach the next truss segment to it. And then it would need to grapple this, and then with one arm, and then attach another arm to it. And attach another module to it with the other arm. Or, is that the RMS? It looks like they have the RMS on there. What if it docked Unity style? It might. But it looks like they brought up the station manipulator here on the 3rd flight. They did. Absolutely. With the station manipulator, it gets pretty easy. Interesting that the first modules that they brought up was a core node and Z1 truss segment. What was the next one? Destiny. Yeah. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, we gotta go middle out. Middle out, I want to do it realistically, but middle out is the right way to go. It's the right move. It has to be. Yeah, that's the right way to do it. Just because Kerbal's hierarchy gets wonky. When you're building this big of a station, you guys ever build a station this big and have it kind of weeble wobble around and then blow up? That's what I'm trying to avoid. So yeah, we're gonna have to build middle out. Birthing is definitely a fantastic tool. Yeah, Rocket Guy for sure. Middle out, Richard. Didn't they do spacewalks to build the integrated truss system? Could you adapt that to a Kerbal with a KMU? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. And yes, Novus, they did. They did EVA out there and stuff. Okay, that's what we'll do. That's the move. So that bottom docking port will basically end up being our root part. And if we have a mobile base system, we'll just, whatever rails we build or whatever for this thing, we'll just have it go past. Now let me go and look at this picture right here. So that truss segment, how is that rolling? How is that truss segment rolling? Okay, 2 grapple points, 1 and 2. So the space shuttle manipulator, see how that grapple point is tilted? Pointed towards the wing, and this one is pointed at us, pointed where this camera is, straight up. This one is pointed so the arm can get at it. See what I mean? It's pointed out so the arm can get at the thing. So they would have attached the arm to this, right? Pulled this thing out, and then the space station remote manipulator would have grabbed it from here, and then it would have moved it into position and attached it, and then astronauts on an EVA would have attached it. Okay. Okay. The Artemis presser is starting soon. Cool. Apparently the minutes listened on that meme post from KSP Twitter corresponds to the days until KSP 2 releases. Cool. Thinking through the difficulty, what they had to do is insane. Those shuttle astronauts had some cojones. That is correct. Alright, so that's what we're talking about there. Those are the dimensions for the truss. So what I'm going to do here, that's the dimensions for the truss segment. We gotta build this out, and then we'll go from there. Build out the truss segment. The S0 we're going to build from the center out, and then every other one can be just this. So let's go in here. Let's delete the rough truss segment design. Delete that. Go in here. CTS5, prototype, truss segment, dimensions. Cool. And it's a NSF article for progress for SLS. Cool. Yeah, droid, the makeshift ruler is clutch. NASA briefing is starting any minute. Of course, right when I have a breakthrough without